Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Hey, y'all go ahead and drop a 7,000 in the chat if I can be heard. It's your little brother Macabee. All praise, glory, and honor to the ever-present great spirit that always was, is, and ever shall be. Y'all see the topic, Spirit Basics 101, a system order the spirit world. Y'all hit that thumbs up button, that like button. Share it with your e-alls and your imams and your pastors and your elders and your camp leaders. Y'all already know Credit Gang still in these streets and still cooking, baby. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. We love y'all too. Much love and all that good stuff. I'm gonna let y'all catch on up, and then we're gonna get started, man. You know, he's out here, talking, spiritual matters, should I say? We talking spirit matters. In a world where everybody's focused on the flesh, the carnality, get whatever they can right now while the getting's good. There are those of us that are focused on strengthening our spirit by, doing righteous and good works to others. It's really a powerful and yet so simple system in order. This follows you to the next world. So much love, much light. Y'all share this on out to CGG. Where the gang is still cooking. Let's rock. All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God, to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a four-year-old 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
Or I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
He was neither Yahweh ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God. One day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here.
Creator Gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmo, Cal, Malaki Macabee the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Yara working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang bang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yara wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Create a gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Creative gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosmo, Cosmo Cal, Malaki Macabee, and the whole Creative gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Hey man, y'all spin a vortex in the chat if I could be heard. It's your little brother Malaki Macabee. You know, we like to bring out the appetizers before we bring out the full course meal. You feel me? For y'all that's, you know, just now tapping in with the CGG, the Creative Gang, then we're a highly controversial group of brothers and sisters, but we stand on the creator of all. You understand? And unapologetically at that. So, you know, there's a lot of people who claim they want to debate and all that. So we do the debates, we do the presentations. We'll come to your city, your hometown, come to your church, or whatever it may be. You feel me? We also are musically inclined. We got engineers, producers, we got lyricists. And the whole deal is to bring you to a higher reality of who your maker or the creator actually is. You feel me? So much love, light, balance, and all that good stuff in between. Y'all hang on with us for a little taste. And we'll show you a little bit about us. You know what I mean? A little bit about us. Brothers and sisters are click tight. Check this out right here, something we put together.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
You see that? And the brothers, they call us the 4 horsemen because we are plagued to the religious establishment that's keeping our people bound, spiritually speaking. Spiritually and physically, to be honest with you. You feel me? So shout out to the entire Creative Gang. Shout out to my brothers, the 4 horsemen. You dig? Sila Shalom, Cosmon Kyle, Daryl Cosmon, and yours truly, the youngest out the squad, Malaki Macabee. I talked to all these brothers. Matter of fact, within the last 24 hours, I done talked to Sila, Cal, and Daryl. Everybody in good spirits, feeling good. You understand? And just, you know, continuing to apply pressure. You know, life be lifing, man. Life is brutal. It don't stop for you. The storm that come through don't stop just because you're not prepared. You got to climb a mountain. It's not going to bend because, you know, you scared or, you know, it's too high. If you got to cross a river, it's not going to stop its flow just because, you know what I mean? You got to cross it, sink or swim. That's life. So life be lifing. You feel me? And at times you got to go ahead and take the bull by the horns and handle your business. I'm saying that to say it's been about a month since I've been on, a little bit over a month. You feel me? But, you know, it's been feet to the streets, man. You got to grind, focus. Watch this right here, though.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit.
Yeah.
That is the source of our strength.
Straight up. I've been watching some of that some of the House of Consciousness and all that, man. Like, all this stuff is dry. It's the same arguing points, same talking points, and really don't nobody really want to get down. Check out the FBG Butt out of Chicago, drill rapper. Trip what he say about the gang. Look what he say about it.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
That's a GD, a gangster disciple out of Chicago. Little FBG Butter. You're a little young, little drill rapper. So he probably, if he's 30. But they understand, especially when it comes down to spiritual matters. You may be whatever it is you claim to be in the flesh, but when spirit hits spirit, that's a whole different ball game. You know what I mean? The hardest gangster believe in who you call God. You feel me? He had them talks inwardly. He know. He know what it is and what it ain't. You feel me? So, we out here, man. People know who it is, but we get avoided like the plague. Because what we want to know is, what's your spiritual system and who's the chief deity of it? All right, we're going to get into some basics today. We're going to talk about God, Lord, Creator. We're going to talk about, what happens after death, after you die. And even if you don't believe what's about to be brought out, at least you're aware of it. You dig? And then ask yourself, based off what you heard, what makes more sense to you? You realize, you've been preparing or not for a date that we all got to take that's inevitable. There's a time coming where you got to, step across that threshold of life and death. And what happens? Right? Who goes on a trip and don't know and don't plan it? Right? Don't know nothing about what's going on. Where we going? I don't know. How long it's going to take to get there? I don't know. What we going to eat when we get there? I don't know. Where we going to stay when we get there? I don't know. What's the itinerary? I don't know. You ain't going on that trip. Do we got enough money? I don't know. You're not going on that trip or that vacation. You're not even prepared for it. You don't know nothing about it. And what you realize is, especially if you look at the thumbnail, what you realize is this. Out of all the spiritual texts that's in the earth, the spiritual texts, the spiritual books, the holy books that are in the earth, out of all of them, which one offers the more in-depth detail, blow by blow and step by step system and order of the spirit world, like what it's going to be when you cross over and get there? You start realizing you comb through the Quran, Bible, Book of the Dead, any East Indian situations, you get into your ancestral worship, but who's giving you blow by blow in detail? Like, what the hell is going on here? What is this? You see, what's this really gonna be about? So just tap on in with us. You dig? And I was talking to the bros and them too. I was like, man, we got to get back to the basics. We've been punching on the conscious community, beating up their gods, and it's really embarrassing. A lot of cats have dropped their flags, changed their names. The one old nigga woke up, slapped the wig off his woman's head. Because of debating us. Woke up, credit gang! Like, dang, well, you done slapped the wig off her head. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Yahweh didn't change his name to the Black Sage. Nigga got a porn name now. You know what I mean? JJ 7000 and changed his name to Mandinka Mali. Supposedly he's a practitioner, a voodoo priest now. It's a lot of tomfoolery and madness going on, man. But the creator's truth marvelous.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Is y'all paying attention? Oh no, everybody paying attention to this piece, man. Dang. I'm starting to hear creator a lot more and more. You know what I mean? That's a good thing. It's a good thing. We really ain't tripping off y'all paying homage. You can tell the people you roll with whatever you want, but you and I know what's going on. Now, even with the conscious community, you got Israelites, you got Christians, you also got Cometians. Now, we debated the top scholars in Kemet over cosmogony, creation, and time. It was a 3-topic debate. It was a scientific debate. My brothers came with 2 working experiments. We came through and destroyed it. Now, here are the so-called Commission scholars, right? Watch this, man. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. All right, and it's not on this clip, but this Negro right here on the screen claims that his God is made out of plastic, the Duat, and his God dwells somewhere in Puntland. Boy,
as the biosphere thinks humans into existence.
Listen to what he's saying. You know what I mean? That's why I tell a lot of people, look, it just sounds good. But he's saying the biosphere thinks humans into existence. Y'all do know the biosphere is a layer of the atmosphere. You realize this, right? Now, this is a Saw and Kai, some type of prestigious Commission scholar, supposedly. Shout out to Saw. You know, he really don't be, you know what I mean, on no static or nothing like that. But Saw, come on, man. Stop. Look, sometimes I believe you just running your mouth just to be heard. Listen to what you're saying. That's the biosphere thinks humans into existence. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Love, light, and all that good stuff in between. Check this out, man. Check this out.
As the biosphere thinks humans into existence.
As the biosphere thinks humans into existence.
So we recognize the earth and have to take care of it. If it was just a floating mass, we could throw trash where we wanted and do what we wanted to do. If it was just a floating mass, we could throw trash where we wanted and do.
I don't even know what the hell Saw and Kai was even trying to relay on this one. As the biosphere thinks humans into existence. And we can just throw trash wherever and do what we wanted to do. You see his face, the way his face stopped moving after he finished talking, the way he held his face, it just looked like he knew he was lying, man. He knew he just was just running his mouth, winging his answers. Winging his answers, man. Come on, now.
What we wanted to do.
If it was just a floating mass, we could throw trash where we wanted and do what we wanted to do.
It is in the southeastern side behind Punt that this God exists. It is in the southeastern side behind Punt that this God exists.
It is in the southeastern side behind Punt that this God exists.
And Ra rises in the morning and they're explaining the sunrise and how it comes up in the night. The sunrise and how it comes up in the night.
The sunrise and how it comes up in the night.
Let's talk about my teacher, award-winning scientist Hitoshi Moriyama. He said, when you take the ball and throw it into the sky, that's the beginning of the Big Bang. When you take the ball and throw it into the sky, that's the beginning of the Big Bang.
When you take the ball and throw it into the sky, that's the beginning of the Big Bang.
What's up, guys? Welcome to another show. And today, guys, I will be throwing a basketball in the sky. That's it.
And you're watching the universe expand until it reaches its zenith. When it reaches its height, then the universe is expanded, and in those areas it cools off, and we can tell because the ball starts to come back down. Because the ball starts to come back down.
Because the ball starts to come back down.
Oh, God.
Friction is the heat is caused by the molecules moving, speeding up. Nothing is being brought out. Is heat being brought out? Yeah. Nothing is being brought out. Is heat being brought out? Yeah.
Nothing is being brought out.
I don't even know what the hell she was talking about. She an Israelite over there on Kemet's side. Just so thirsty to come against the gang, you know what I mean? She twists her mouth and says, nothing is being brought out. And she moving her fingers to trying to, I don't know what she claimed she was doing with her fingers, but she was like, nothing is being brought out. Is heat being brought out? Yeah. And then later on, she would be like, but that's why he's wrong. It's like, how is nothing being brought out? But heat is something. So heat is being brought out. That was the whole point of the talking. She was trying to rebut, you know what I mean, what we was talking about when it comes down to heat and how it's produced and where it's produced from. You feel me? If you trip Cal right here in the middle with his fist on his face, damn near laughing, like, woman, look, stop talking, man. Y'all, this was a debate. These were supposed to have been a debate between the top Commission scholars in the community. Commissions or Kemet is Egyptian. Jabari, I may have heard of him. He did so horrible. Look, y'all should be embarrassed. He didn't go into Kemet one time. Nepal Shadar is an Israelite who's confused. And then you got to saw him. He the only one that tried to go into Kemet. He tried it. But he tried to introduce George Lemaitre's Big Bang made up in the 1930s into ancient Kemet. Yeah, it got ugly. You feel me? The conscious community ain't recovered since. Real spill.
Is heat being brought out? Yeah.
So let me tell you where it's located in the book.
Let me tell you where it's located.
Book of Cosmogony, 38.
You don't even know the first number is the book number. It's the 38th book in the whole book of Owaski.
/1.37 to 42 is where it's.
Book 38, chapter 1, verses 37 through 42. She's /. It just sounds good. And this proves she ain't even read what we be bringing out. Y'all trying to do a whole AI quick Google search and all that. Shout out to my brother Cosmon Cal, the cloud kicker. He live right now, coming to the end of his live. He just did a whole live and proved and showed AI admitting it be lying and hallucinating. And I told my bros years ago, I said, look, we know more about Owaski than AI do. Because I was tweaking with it. I was playing with it. And I was like, man, look, this dude was making stuff up as it goes. We know more about the book of Earth, Sky, Spirit than the artificial intelligence or AI do. Facts. So my brother Cosmon Cal, who's live now, y'all go over to Cosmon Cal TV. Make sure y'all subscribe, right? He's coming to the end of his live. And he just did a whole live based on and showed you objectively AI admitting it was lying to him. Straight said it was hallucinating. You're right. I'm not even being authentic and sincere in my answers. Man, stop it. Saying that to say people try to come up against what they don't know and lose horribly. Even these so-called scholars. They ain't read nothing. They ain't read what we talking about. They'll just rather do a quick AI search and do a summary and think they know what they're talking about. And what we found out today is what I already know. AI has the ability to manipulate, lie, coerce. You dig? And here you go. As soon as you type something in, look, you got the ability to give you an answer that you want to hear versus what you don't want to hear. You see, so saying that to say, if you're really going to be on some scholarship, you got to really know the material you're talking about. Get into it. Read it. Study it. Reflect over it. You know what I mean? So this don't happen to you. This was horrible.
It says the sun does not give off heat in the book of Cosmogony.
Then why is the space between the face of the sun and the face of the earth freezing cold?
See, so here you go. And then the sun's supposed to be closer to the earth in the wintertime. So where your heat coming from? If the space between the sun and the earth is negative 486 degrees Fahrenheit, it's freezing. Space is cold. Ice cold. Well, space is in between the earth and the sun, and if the earth is receiving its heat, I'm talking about Sahara heat, Arizona heat. I'm talking about hot. If it's receiving this heat from the sun, then how is it that the space between the sun and the earth is freezing cold? If it's receiving this heat from the sun, how is it that in Africa, on top of Mount Kilimanjaro, it's ice caps, but down on the ground it's hot as a mug? Ain't the summit of the mountain or the top of the mountain closest to the sun? And why is it coldest? Why are the mountains ice capped? Where's your heat really coming from? Do you even know what heat is? How the heat transfers? Do you really know what electricity is? Magnetism, gravity. Do you really know what these things are?
Cold. objective proof. She don't know what she talking about. This is from NASA, Webb Telescope. By the way, Webb Telescope is not going out our galaxy. It is going towards the sun.
Conduction and convection can't happen in empty space.
Dude, and Jabari agrees with us. Oh, man, you can't make this type of stuff up, man. You can't make it up. Shout out to the gang. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. All praise to the ever-present great spirit whose magnitude, the almighty creator whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is our word. Our word. Let's get into some of this, man. Let's get into some of this. All right. Let's get into some basics. I'm gonna go over some old documents that we got. Matter of fact, I see Daryl in the chat. Daryl, I'm gonna use one of your docs, bro. Use one of your docs today, man. It's a very thorough document when it comes down to explaining the death process. Now we can either jump into that first, we can jump into that last. You know what I mean? I think I want to do that first. You know, it's a lot of folks around us, you know, in our everyday life, because you know, death is a process of life. It's just another moment. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who are experiencing the loss of recent loved ones, or their loved ones are on the verge of crossing over and making that transition. You know what I mean? And again, when you get to asking folk like, all right, so what's up? Like, what we gonna do when we get there? I mean, are you gonna be burning in hell forever? Or we gonna be sleeping on clouds, singing holy, holy, holy all day? Are we gonna be, you know, angels with pampers on and huggies, striking people with love darts? Like, what's the system in order? What is it we gonna be doing? You know what I mean? Like, what is it we really gonna be doing out here? And that's once you get to navigate, you know what I mean? All these little spiritual religious texts, right? And then you get to asking them same type of questions. You know what I mean? Man, you start seeing that the answers are very, very vague. You know what I mean? Very vague, man. It's like, dang, hold on now. Like what the hell is really going on around here? You feel me? So let's get to some of this. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and since that's where it's at with it. And shout out to our loved ones. And again, you know, this is in the hope of comforting our people. You know what I mean? Because like I said, man, death again is just part of the process. And then so we're probably gonna jump into, you know, the death process first, and then end this talking about just the character of the creator, like what's the basics. That way, you know, you're not being played with. You know what I mean? That's usually what it is. It's a lot of playing going on. And it's a lot of manipulation. It's a lot. You feel me? And with me, it be kind of wild that a lot of people don't understand the overall basic character who you calling the Almighty, the Creator, or who you may call God or Lord or Yahweh or Yahuwah or Allah or whatever it is. Everybody's assuming they talking about the Almighty, the Creator of all. You understand? And even in the Bible, it tells you to try the Spirit by the Spirit, meaning you're not supposed to believe everything to skip across your plate. You're not supposed to believe everything that, you know, sound good or even look good. You understand? You ain't supposed to roll with that. You're supposed to test that. Hold on, what you mean? So if something come in the same name you pray to, right, looking like you expect it to look, right, and do some type of spiritual power that's, you know, right outside the reach of what you call normal, you're gonna be ready to worship that thing. That's not what you look for. You're looking for the character, the behavior. You know what I mean? So if something pop up, answering in the name you pray to, looking, you know, with the dark skin, white woolly hair, red eyes, voice of many waters, and can do something, you know what I mean, that you deem as some type of miracle or spiritual power, right? But the message is, hey, go kill your child, go to war, You know what I mean? Kill all the infants and sucklings. Offer up your child as a burnt offering. If the message is about domination and subjugation, warfare, bloodshed, but it's all in the name of what you pray or who you praying to. See, you over here tripping off how people pronounce names and what a thing look like, and if they got some type of spiritual power. The warlocks in Egypt had spiritual powers. They was throwing they staffs on the ground just like Moses did. But their influence and inspiration was not of the Almighty at all. So the things that we are prepped and primed to look for to determine if this is a real, authentic experience or coming from a real God or not. You know what I mean? It can be real, but it can be either true or false. But got the ability to look like what you expect, answering the name you saying, and do some type of spiritual power because it's been in the spirit realm longer. You ain't even been over there yet. Your knees gonna be slapping like a naked newborn. And whatever command they give you to do, go over there and slay your mama. Sir, yes, sir. You just saw the video that we played in the beginning of here. Right? What was the video we played? It was a whole bunch of self-proclaimed scholars, Israelites, Christians. The one boy said, hell yeah, would you kill your child if you got? He said, hell yeah. You understand? But these are the people that's supposed to have this so-called light. These are the so-called scholars and gatekeepers. Right? The behavior of man determines his inspiration. His behavior, his talk. Right? You ain't supposed to be tripping on what a thing look like, what name it answer in, because a false God can transform and come in any name you praying to. What you talking about? You supposed to be listening for the message. Right? And if it's sent from the creator, it ain't gonna tell you to go kill nothing, lay nothing down, go rape, go take their land, pillage and village. Go join the army and go drop bombs for Donald Trump. Nah, that ain't the Almighty working at all. You know what I mean? These are those who are under the inspiration of wandering spirits, false gods, deities. Right? Let's get into some of this though. Let's get into some of this, and just let's show a system, a comprehensible system in order about what you know. We all got to make that trip, don't we? All got to make that transition eventually. But you really don't know nothing about it. Like, what you gonna do when you get there? All right, is there education? Is it like what? Do we continue to grow and move forward? Like what is this? What are we gonna be doing around this junk? You know what I mean? Are we just gonna be again flying around with Pampers on and Huggies? Come on, man. Let's be real with ourselves and get an understanding of what it is. And then from there, even if you don't agree, you know what I mean? We can't be confused. That's the whole point. All right, you won't be confused when you run across it. You be like, oh, okay, yeah. I haven't heard this before. All right, so let's get into some of this right here. Shout out to all the brothers in the chat. I see y'all, sisters too. My brother Fritz Foxwell is in the building. Love and light bombs to everybody, man. Much love. All praises to the ever-present creator. Who else we got in the building? Soul Bender 888. My brother Jericho. Bless up, CGG. Create a gang. Gang is an acronym which means gods and Nirvanian goddesses. So we're the creators, gods, and Nirvanian goddesses. God is a creation of the creator. God is not the Almighty. God is not who you pray to. God is who you become. See that? God is someone, or a goddess, if you're a woman, is someone that you become. It's a rank you achieve once you cross over and go through so much training and education. Eventually, you become a god or a goddess, but it's a lot of responsibility. You know what I mean? You got people running around calling themselves gods right now. We do it, salute to the God and all that, but the reality is that at best, you're just a god in training. At best, you sisters, you're a goddess in training. You see that? These are just titles and ranks of angels or spirits, one-time living people in this earth. That's what that's about. God is not who you pray to. God is who you become. The creator is who you pray to. And any God that's with the Creator gonna tell you, don't pray to me. I don't want your prayers. What I'm doing, you gonna be doing one day. You know what I mean? My whole job is to inspire you to be where I'm at, so I can continue to move forward. Yeah, man, the Creator is truly marvelous. You know what I mean? So yeah, your gods and goddesses in training. In training. You see? Look, even when you read the Bible, right? Didn't Messiah say, the things I do, you gonna do greater? Right? When that happened? Because you ain't came close to doing nothing. As a whole, you ain't came close to doing nothing even close to what we read in them pages. Not as a whole. That hasn't happened. It did. Shout out to my brother Soul Bender in the building. Who else we got up in here? Bishop XFG Keys, y'all. Daisy, my brother. The word art. Vortexing and engineering, love, light, and all that good stuff in between. We got the mayor of the West Side, even though he'll say no. There's my brother AB Abiel in the building. My brother in arms, my comrade, all that good stuff. Much love, Art. You dig? See you in the building. My brother Tasmanian in the building. My brother Taz, what's the word, Art? Much love, Aki. You already know. We got my brother, the West Side Cali Connect, is in the building. Dreadful Cosmo. My brethren, much love. Of course, we got my brother Daryl Cosmon. We got Nazarena Scene TV in the building. What's the word out? Number love and light bombs everywhere. Let's get into some of this, man. I'm about to pull up my brother Daryl Cosmon's. He did a document, and y'all don't know we share each other's information. You know what I mean? I ain't never been scared to give credible credit. Dude, brother put an excellent document together. You know what I mean? So I decided I'm gonna pull this up for the first part of this chop session, and then the second part I'm gonna pull up the character of the crib, something I put together a while back. And we just gonna eat. You know what I mean? It's been about a month since I've been on. Man, look, life be life. Sometimes you just gotta, laser focus and get it done. You feel me? Much love and all that good stuff. Let's share this real quick. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this right here. Let's get into our brothers. Man, this was an excellent. You hear me? And this is to bring comfort to our brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Even if you don't tout yourself as a brother or sister of ours, just period. It's to bring comfort and clarity to what it is that you're gonna run up on. We all gonna run up on this. We all gotta cross that threshold and take that leap or take that step into what you call death. Now you've been conditioned to say it's a horrible thing. If you ain't drank the blood of Jesus, your nuts gonna roast forever. Or if you ain't accepted Islam, you're gonna be burning on the 7th level of hell. And it's a lot. You know what I mean? If your heart ain't lighter than a feather, according to the Commissions, you're gonna be eaten by the Amit. Instead of living in the fields of Osiris green ass forever. Like it's a lot of vagueness. Ain't nobody really telling you what's good, like what you about to run up on. All right, so shout out to my brother DK Daryl Cosmon, one of the 4 horsemen, one of my brethrens. Now let's get into this right here, man. Do I need to blow this up? Do I need to zoom this in? Y'all let me know. Let me see something. Maybe I can. Yeah, let's do it like that. All right. What happens to our spirit when we die? What happens to our spirit when we die? Excellent question. We've all thought it before, and we done did all that. All right. So what happens? It says, in order for us to understand what happens to our spirit after death, we must first understand what death is. All right, so we going into this Owaspy today. Let me show y'all something real quick so you can understand. For those of you that's tapping in, that's never even heard of the book of Sky, Earth, Spirit, Owaspy. This is what that is right here. This is a basic summary right on the title page. As soon as you open the book up. All right, it says Owaspy, practical guidebook to the spiritual life. Now that's something major right there. If whatever information you got, if you can practically apply that, hey, that's very, very great. You should be able to practically apply whatever it is that you claiming and professing. Like in other words, you should be able to put it into practice. You feel me? You should be able to put that into practice. Make sure we good real quick, y'all. Okay, bang. 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 All right, we all good. All right, so look, I said Practical Guidebook to the Spiritual Life, Standard Edition in Modern American Language. Look at it. You have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. Basics. Going over some basics today, all right? So you have a corporeal means physical. We all know we got a physical body, right? This skin suit, and a spiritual body, your spirit man, who you really are, right? Hear me and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the physical man, but the spiritual man. So how is the spirit man bound? Spirit man is bound through systems that have been put in place by these false gods and their emissaries called a religion. Religio. Which means to restrict and bind, to hold back, right? Right? So it's not just physical slavery, but there's spiritual bondage, right? So far, this Practical Guidebook is saying, look, this message is about freedom from both. Freedom from both, right? Because you can be physically set free, but if you bound up here by these religions, whatever they may be, right? Guess what? You're still a slave, and you're more of a slave and easier to control because they got your spirit, got your mind. See that? Yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility, so that sooner or later, now or then. So what's inevitable is that look, there is no ifs with Creator. It's a when. It's only a matter of what you call time. You understand? Eventually, everybody gonna be where they're supposed to be at, spiritually speaking. No matter how bad and dark you are, no matter how low you have swung, eventually you're going to have to get yourself together and start rising up and join the academies of the Almighty, the Creator, right? So it says right here, yet with your freedom, you also attain to responsibility, so that sooner or later, now or then, your fidelity, meaning your faithfulness, to your Creator, to your Maker, and to your fellow man. Look at that. Love your neighbors yourself, right? And to your fellow man in righteousness, love, and good works. It don't say wickedness, hate, and evil works. It says righteousness, love, and good works shall become the most sacred study of your life. Not studying reverse osmosis. Not studying, the latest trends. Not studying candlestick patterns in the stock market. The most sacred study of your life is your faithfulness, your dedication to your Maker and to his creation, your fellow man. See, makes sense. It ain't a fancy calculus equation. This ain't nothing fancy. It's practical, so deep, but yet so simple. A child can get this. Look, your God does not come in this era as a dictator. Thus saith the Lord, do this, or heads will roll. Your God does not come in this era as a dictator, but as your who? Elder brother. God is claiming to be the brother, not the father. And you go worshiping God, praying to God, worshiping God, praying to God. God is proclaiming in this era, look, I'm your brother, your big brother. Where I'm at, you gonna be. You see? But as your elder brother with ample experience, nor do I command saying you shall believe because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. You don't believe nothing just because it's written somewhere. You got to try it, test it, see if it hold up. And if it don't hold up to the character of the Almighty, guess what? It got to go. You got to question that. You're not obligated to believe everything just because it's written down anywhere. Girl, where is that? The Bible, the OWASP, the Quran, the Book of the Dead, whatever you take in, it is your duty and responsibility to disseminate that. You know what I mean? To analyze it, critique it. Nah, that don't even make sense right there. You send that to the scraps. Oh, you know what? That's right and correct. That's right and exact right there. That resonate with me. You see? That's how you're supposed to be. You haven't been called or chosen to be a robot. Third. No, try the spirits. Test them. Hold on, who was you? What you say? Oh, no, player. I've been told not to kill. Look, I know you're not sent by the Creator telling me to go over here and kill these children. Kill this woman. But how many people for millenniums have claimed they heard the voice of God, snapped and killed their children, drowned them in a bathtub, threw them in an oil tanker? Come on, man. Your God is not coming this era as a dictator, but as your elder brother with ample experience. Nor do I command, saying you shall believe because I, your God, have said it or revealed it in this book. Just because it's written here don't mean you're supposed to believe it. Nevertheless, through speed, light of the Creator is revealed to man. And man is to judge himself. Uh-oh. Negro don't want to hear that. Huh? But it's written in not just speed, even in Bible. If we judge ourselves, we wouldn't be judged. You're supposed to judge yourself, critique yourself. Could have did that better. Could have said that a little more delicate. You know what I mean? I could have handled my business a little more, with a little more class than that. You're supposed to constantly critique yourself. All right, man is to judge himself and labor and work to save himself. Here you go, about spilled your coffee on that. Bible says also, work out your own salvation. Work out your own labor and work out your own salvation. What? With fear and trembling. Or save and deliver yourself, Old Testament. So that by this he may have honor and glory. For the will of the Creator is not for man to be forever led. You're not supposed to be in sippy cup mode for the rest of your life. But for man to ultimately have the light of practicing good works organically from infancy, from a short legger up. So this is like a brief synopsis or introduction into OWASP. It's a practical guidebook. Now you may hear some things that may challenge where you at spiritually, right? But just because you may hear something that may challenge you, don't mean that it's wicked or evil. You know it's wicked and evil. You'll know it when you hear it. Your senses start going off. What you mean over there and kill that? What you mean chop the head off that and drink some blood? And what the hell is y'all talking about? OSP is a primary source. It's a primary source for the information that's contained in it. For the spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, and humanity. What you mean? What's the benefit? Does it benefit our people? It benefit. Ain't you part of all people? Ain't you part of whatever race or ethnic proclivity you claim? Ain't that part of? Isn't that group a part of all of humanity? Yeah. So this says right here. It says right here: spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, and humanity. So it's beneficial for all. It did. And what I found out is a lot of, people don't like the fact that it, like whatever it is you own or what we own, it just ain't exclusive to the Bantu Negroes from the Congo. No. Look, this practical enlightenment of the Almighty applies to all his creation. For their glory and happiness and for the glory of the whole, in the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors. Being a Cosmon Bible, containing the history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 25,000 years. Good night. Good night. Look at the biblical scholars. They tell you that the Bible started in 3761 BCE. It's not even 6,000 years ago. This come right out and say for the past 25,000 years and history before that. being from the submersion of the continent of Pan in the Pacific Ocean, a whole sunken continent. You heard of the Ring of Fire before? That's a continent on the ocean floor. But y'all know it's Atlantis or Lemuria is actually the continent of Pan. Then you fit 5 Africas into that deal. But yeah, but it's the Pacific floor, a sunken continent. But look at this. Commonly called the flood of the deluge to the cosmogony era or the present time. Also a brief history of the preceding years, from man's beginning on earth to the flood. Together with a synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, the creation of planets, the creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the heavens of the earth and in the Etherean heavens above them. That's the type of light bombs that we drop. It's a whole nother level that most people ain't really ready to deal with. You know what I mean? And it's just what it is. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? So let's get into this. Let's get into this, right? What happens to our spirit when we die? A system in order of the spirit world. Spirit Basics 101. All right, Spirit Basics 101. Let's get into this. Y'all hit that thumbs up button when y'all come up in here. Put us in the algorithm a little taste. Put us in the algorithm a little taste. All right, let's get into this. What happens to our spirit when we die? In order for us to understand what happens to our spirit after death, we must first understand what death is. OISP. So now we know what OISP is, right? Book of Sathantes 3 and 6. It's my brother Abdiel's favorite book in the O. Sathantes. All right, look at Sathantes 3 and 6. It said, God said, when a corporean or a physical being comes forth out of his corporeal body, this shall be called death. So when your spirit leaves your physical body, at that moment is called death. Death is just another moment in time. See that? Let's get another one. Book of Knowledge, chapter 6, 3 through 4. OISP, body blow. As man lives on earth acquiring perfections or imperfections in spirit, so will he enter the S world at death, the spirit world at death. You see that? Death is the severing knife that separates the corporeal man from the spiritual man. The former corporeal man returns to the earth, but the latter, the spiritual man, survives and in time rises upward. Right? Let that, especially those of your loved ones who are passing on and at heart were really good, genuine people. You did. This is just another moment for them. They're being birthed as newborn spirits. The world where they headed is already set up for them. Just like the world you in now, there was already a system in order in place. There were already hospitals receiving blankets. You already had guardians of parents you were being delivered to. There was already nurses, doctors. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a whole system in order already prepared for you when you arrived here. It's the same when you go. Death is just a severing knife that separates, your skin suit from who you really are. All right, if y'all understand that, drop a 5,000 in the chat, man. We ain't over to play with you, Marty Cuddle, tiptoe through no tulips, none of that. We don't do that. You know what I mean? We get it cracking. We get right to it. Let me share something else with y'all. Which is very, very powerful. I was tripping off this the other day. And OISP as well. The degree of the golden chamber. Look what it say right here, verse 1. Look what it say. It say, if a man does evil, reality it is. If a man does evil, it takes root in him. And he will be will be entailed on his spirit even into the next world. Dang. So you thought that death relieved you. You thinking through death you escaped. You know what I mean? You escape what it is. You know what I mean? That you've done. No. Your deeds follow you. Your deeds follow you. Death don't relieve you of your responsibility or the wrong that you need to make right. Death don't do that. The evil that you've done, it attaches on your spirit and follows you into the next world. See, that basics. Most don't even know the basics, man. We over here arguing about church fathers and, you know what I mean, conjugating verbs. And I'm a linguist. And, you know what I mean? We want to know, like, what's your spiritual system and who's the chief deity. We know all about the histories and all that, and what Nick Rose is arguing over today. Look, it's dry. And nobody letting you know, like, okay, look beware, because you about to skip across this when you get to where we all going. You know what I mean? At least you can be prepared and aware of this. You know what I mean? If a man does evil, it takes root in him and will be entailed on his spirit, even into the next world. But if a man practices righteousness, it will also take root, and his spirit will become like a star of glory in heaven. Look at that. Your deeds do follow you. See? Yeah, and it determines, you know what I mean, where you land when you get over there. Spirit world is vast. It's not a pie in the sky theory. It's very, very vast. You see? So remember, the deeds you do now determines where you land when you cross over. Right? The evil you do attaches to your spirit and follow you. So does the righteousness you do. All right? So how about we spend our time doing good to the best of what we know to be true? How about that? Look at this. If a man courts evil companions in this world, he shall find them also in the spirit world. You got evil homeboys, evil partners. Huh? Or even, you know what I mean, maybe an evil spouse. You like certain toxic individuals. If a man courts evil companions in this world, if it's the company you keep, right, he shall find them also in the spirit world. Basics. See, so it ain't even just about your behavior. It's also about your environment, the company you keep around you. See that? But if he constantly seeks the Almighty Creator and to do his will, he shall find happiness, both here and hereafter. So stop being a misfit. Stop being, you know what I mean, a damn troublemaker all your life. How about you actually commit your mind to doing something good, relieving someone today? You know what I mean? Actually truly helping somebody out. You see that? Look at this. If a man ministers to others, so will he be ministered to by the angels of heaven. See? So if you in the service and looking out for others, you're gonna always be looked out for. You know what I mean? Stop worrying about it. You will always be looked out for. Right? And even if the flesh fails you, you got who you would call ancestors in the spirit world, who roll with the Almighty, who will be there to service you or minister to you. But whoever would grow in all gifts, let him labor to become one with the Father, and the Father will grow in him forever. I bring man naked into the world, says the Creator, but I provide others for him in his infancy, so that he may be fed and clothed. But when he is strong and wise, I command him to provide for himself, so that he may be an honor and glory in my handiwork. Let no man shirk from the trials I put upon him, for in doing so, he robs his own what? Soul. Ooh-wee. You see that? Do we understand the behavior, the company we keep? You dig the evil or righteousness that we do? It all follows us into the next world. You see? And it's a huge determining factor on what it is, what it's going to be for you, what your reality going to be. If y'all understand that, drop a 7,000 in the chat. Let's keep cooking. Oh, wait. Let me check the chat real quick. Make sure we all good, man. We all good. Love and light. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Let's get into Tay's prayer. I'm going to read that book of knowledge again, 6:3-4. Book of Knowledge, O.I. Speed, chapter 6:3-4. And again, this is the comfort our people. You know what I mean? Loved ones have crossed over, loved ones, you know what I mean? You may be wondering like, dang, what, you know, I wonder what Big Mama doing, and I wonder what my pops and them doing. Like, yeah. And you start realizing that, man, a lot of the spiritual systems that you hold on to, that you know, profess and stand on, really ain't gave you no answers about nothing. Not really. You really ain't got no answers about none of it. It's just like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? It's real vague. And that's something right there that you know, I don't know about y'all, but it never said well with me. Like, I need some answers. What the hell's going on? Book of Knowledge, OISP 6324. As a man lives on earth acquiring perfections or imperfections in spirit, so will he enter the S world or the spirit world at death. As you live, that's how you go into it. Death is the severing knife that separates the corporeal man from the spiritual man. The former returns to the earth, but the latter survives and in time rises upward. Tay's Prayer, chapter 2, verse 5, OISP, headshots. These are light bombs getting dropped, y'all. Jehovah, Creator said, I gave a corporeal body to man so that he could learn corporeal things. Well, you got this skin suit right here, right? Right? You were given a physical body to have a physical experience, to learn physical things, learn how creation functions. You were given life to have your experience and learn and grow. But look what he said also. But I made death so that he could rise in spirit as an angel and inherit or inhabit my Etherean worlds. Look at that. So the Creator did make death, but the whole point of death is for you to receive and for you to live, you dig, in these mansion worlds, these Etherean worlds, right? You got Jesus in the Bible saying, in my Father's house are many mansions. That's these Etherean worlds. That's the whole purpose of death, is for you to resurrect and keep rising, right? To inherit and live, you dig, what the Creator created you for. We, Book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2, OISP, finish him. Look at it. Jehovah said, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence brought man forth a living being. I gave him a physical body, a corporeal body, so that he could learn corporeal things. And I made death so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherean worlds. Wait, as of now, you already know more about what's happening to you once you cross over, you dig, than all of the religions combined. They really ain't told you nothing. They really ain't told you nothing. It's real vague. Look at this. The heavens that are bound to and move with the earth is called the atmosphere or atmospheria. Book of Jehovah, chapter 4, 8 through 9. As the corporeal man perceives corporeal things, so does the spiritual man follow upward the evaporated corporeal entities of things. As corporeal things are tangible, physical things are tangible to corporeans, so are spirit things tangible to the spirits of the dead. Verse 9, as I cause water to rise upward as vapor, as I cause water to rise upward as vapor and take a place in the air above, let it be a sign and testimony of other places in atmosphere where the spirits of the lower heaven dwell. Look at that. Giving you something you can peep. We all know about evaporation, right? Vapor rises. Well, let the evaporation and the testimony of vapor rising up in the air be a sign of what will happen for you once you cross over. It's time to rise. It's time for you to begin your resurrection process. It's either that'll be a wandering spirit, but let the rising up of vapor be a sign for you. Let it be a sign and testimony of other places or plateaus in the atmosphere where the spirits of the lower heaven dwell. Dang. Good night. Book of Safat, D121. Eolin, the Great Spirit said, on Corpora I bring forth. Corpora is the physical earth, the physical realm, right? On Corpora I bring forth man into life. And I give him a corporeal body, which is a womb for the spirit to dwell in. What? Your body is a womb for your spirit to dwell in. Let that sink in. It just called your body a womb. A womb. The Great Spirit said, on Corpora I bring forth man into life, and I give him a physical or a corporeal body, which is a womb. For the spirit to dwell in. And when I deliver him from this womb, the moment of death, he becomes an inhabitant of Daphone, or the atmosphere, where he abides for a season, and I deliver him into Etherean. Oh, wait. So let this be a comfort to you, man. The Creator has always been marvelous and loving. We care about all of our loved ones. You dig? And just whatever we've done, like we ain't if we ain't rising, we falling. If you ain't resurrecting, you're declining. You're in the declension. And a lot of our people and a lot of us have done evil deeds. So before you can begin your resurrection process, you got to clean all that up, even if you got to do it from the other side. No matter how long it takes, you got to clean that up. All right? No matter how long it takes, you got to clean that up, sister. That was evil what you did. That was evil what you did, bro. You got to clean that up. You got to go make that right. You see, it benefits you to get out here and do good. It benefits you to get out here and just do good to folk, man. Right? But don't be gullible either. Don't be in la-la land. Right? Keep your head on the swivel, be vigilant and all that. But your overall disposition is supposed to be aimed at doing good to the next man, woman, and child, whether you know him or not. You're not supposed to be an overall or having a wicked disposition overall. Nah. But you see, read again. The Great Spirit said, on Corpora I bring forth man into life, and I give him a physical or corporeal body, which is a womb for the spirit to dwell in. And when I deliver him from this womb, this is the moment of death. Some of y'all loved ones may be on that deathbed. Right? That's them being delivered from the womb, their spirit being delivered from the womb of their physical body. That's what death is. He becomes an inhabitant of the atmosphere. There's levels. You dig? Levels of the atmosphere. Right? These are plateaus, different dwelling places, where he abides for a season. And I deliver him into what? Etherean. Let's do a little visual real quick. Let me see if I got something I can share with you real quick on that. Gang. I know I got something. So, you know what I think I do? Here, let me stop this real quick. Where we at? We right there. Let me stop this and share my full screen. Share my full screen, a little taste. I see y'all in the building. Nazarene Scene TV, salute. What's the word up? You already know. Good to see you. Love and all that good stuff in between. We got Belle Gabriel. Much love, sis. All praises. We got Kizzy in the building. We got the homeboy Jaway in the building. I'll see y'all, man. Love, light, and all that good stuff in between. Let me share this with y'all real quick. Watch this. Shout out to the creative gang CGG. We're going to do the entire screen then. All right. Let's do the entire screen. Shout out to Imam Mahalia in the building. What's going on, Imam? How you be? Flow Rider. What we got over here? We got the character of the creator right here. We're going to hit some of that later. What else we got? Hold on. We got this right here. This is just a basic drawing of the different levels of the atmosphere. You know what I mean? The grades and ascension of spirit after death according to the grades and the rates. All this information is in this book of Sky, Earth, Spirit, or I Speed that my brothers and sisters be reading. This that type of information that scares individuals. Not for anything evil or wicked. There's nothing blood curdling this. You know what I mean? It's all practical. You know what I mean? But this is an example. We just reading about, you know what I mean, when at the moment of death, when you deliver from the womb of your skin flesh, your skin suit, your spirit arises and dwell on these different levels of the atmosphere. See, grade 1 is the lowest heavens resting on the earth. You dig? Basically from the ground up to the first layer of the heavens you see when you look up. A lot of this is grade 1. It's like the first grade. You know, below the grade, you in kindergarten as a spirit. You're in the declension. You in pre-K. You know what I mean? Grade 1. The lowest heavens resting on the earth. Grade 25, 1/4 way up from the earth toward Etherean. All this out here will be Etherean out here. Grade 50, midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens. So, you know what I mean? You in the 50s. Grade 75, 3/4 way up toward Etherean. Grade 99, the highest atmospheric grade. So you mean to tell me Earth is just a training zone? School. You get your grades and you go to the next grade. You rise up. You see? Now, what determines your grades, Malachi? I can hear you mumble mouth midgets now. I can hear you now. Well, Malachi, what determines the grades? You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Dreadful Yog in the building. Shout out to my brother Mayak in the building. I seen you call me the other day, Yak. Man, life been life, you know what I mean? Ain't no crumble in me, though. But look at this right here. This is what determines the grades. All right? You got your labor and you got your grades over here. So let's go down here to this grade 1. It's the lowest grade. All right. And that means you're completely selfish. You serve yourself 100%. It's all about you. Look at me. I don't care about nobody else. The hell with it. But you see, grade 1, man, you a wandering spirit, bro. You ever ran into somebody that's just off the chain, selfish? Don't give a damn about nobody else but what he got going on. You dig? How many of y'all knew that the most selfish people in spirit, they have the lowest grade? And they may be some of the most successful people you may know in the earth, physically speaking. You understand? But the spirit world is different. You strengthen your grade and strengthen your spirit and get your grades up by the good you do to others, by being selfless. In this earth, you get to where you're going by being selfish. I'm only tripping off me. I ain't tripping on nobody else, tripping off me. Me and only me. Me and mine. You see? But that means you're selfish. And a selfish man, you understand, is worse than a thief and a murderer. You over here selfish. And you got the lowest grade spiritually. Unless you below the grades. You know what I mean? Nick Rose, we call demons in the flesh. Unless that's what it is. But if it ain't that, you know what I mean? Oh, we really got a problem, Houston. Really, we got a problem. All right, let's go back to the other one, though. Look at this. Watch this right here. What you think it's a game? What you think we playing? What's up, my brother Dreadful Yo, man? Let's go up from the lowest grade to the grade 25. This means you serve yourself 75% of the time and others 25%. So guess where your spirit dwells at once you cross over? Guess where you dwell at? Right here. I don't know why this thing be acting funny like this. 1/4 way up from the earth toward Etherean. So you're not in the first grade, right? You're not a wandering spirit. But, you know, when it comes down to how you move and live your life, okay, well, you know, 75% of the time, you looking out for you and yours. But 25% of the time, guess what? You're serving others. So your grade is based off how much service that you do for other folks, not yourself. Not for you and yours. So if you serve others 25% of the time and yourself 75% of the time, then, you know, once your spirit departs from your flesh, you dig, this is where your spirit would dwell for a season. until it's time for you to graduate into, you know, the mansion world, so what we call Etherean. So you get it? It's all based off the work you do for others. Look at this. You get a grade 50. If you serve yourself half the time and the other half you serving others, you go dwell in the 50s. Look. Real nifty on 50s. You from the 50s. And you midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens. You see? So it's strictly based off the work you do for others. Look at this right here. Grades of mortals and angels. Say you got a grade 75. That means you serving yourself 25% of the time and others 75. Okay, so now you know where you dwell at. This is your initial spot. You know what I mean? Once you cross over, 3/4 way upward. See, so the more righteousness you do for others is how you get your grade up. And it determines where your spirit will dwell in the atmosphere, you know what I mean, for a season until you graduate out the atmosphere into, you know, the higher worlds of the Almighty. You see, and then 99 is the highest. That means you don't even serve yourself at all. You serve everybody else. And that's the highest atmospheric grade you can have is a 99, right? So this right here pushes you to get out here and do good to others. Because now you can practically say, okay, well, there are different levels of the atmosphere. I learned that in school. I never knew these were plateaus or abiding places of the spirits of the dead once they cross over. And based off your work done to others determines which level, which plateau your spirit gonna dwell in. See that? Oh, we practical with it. And we put the visuals out there, man. You dig? Gang don't be playing. Y'all need to tap in with Creative Gang, man. We the ones out here that have really been putting this pain in and getting it done. All right. Read this book of Safa again. Now that we put the visuals on it, it shouldn't be a problem, right? All right, the Great Spirit said, on corporal I bring forth man into life, and I give him a corporeal body, which is a womb for the spirit to dwell in. That's hard. You ever tripped off your body is a womb? Just like when your wife or your baby mama pregnant, that baby's up in that womb. Well, your spirit dwells in a womb called your flesh suit, your corporeal body. And at the moment your spirit is separated from your corporeal body, your physical body, your flesh suit is called what? Death. And the whole purpose of death is for you to rise up, resurrect, right? And inherit what? The Etherean worlds. There are countless of worlds outside the earth and her atmosphere. Countless. They don't even know how many. And creation is still going. There are many worlds still being created. And that's why I need to be more gods and goddesses that the Creator calls on to manage these worlds. So you come in. One day you'll be a god or a goddess, but later the responsibility you're going to have, you're responsible for every spirit and soul in the atmosphere or in the physical world you running and the atmosphere around her. Good Lord. Which is a womb for the spirit to dwell in. And when I deliver him from this womb, he becomes an inhabitant of Atmospheria, where he abides for a season, and I deliver him into Etheria, or I speak glossary. What is Etheria? Malaki? Shout out to my brother Daryl Cosmon. But we share all our information. Me, C-Li, Daryl, Cal. Talk to a few loved ones today, and death is imminent in their family, and I was like, you know what? I got a document that one of my bros put together that explains what happens to your spirit when you die very, very thoroughly. So you know what? Let me go ahead and go into that, and then we'll get into like the character of the Creator and the gods and all that, on the back end of this lesson or class or chop sets, however you want to say it. All right. No, Etheria, beyond the atmosphere, the great firmament where are situated the higher heavens, the homes of gods and goddesses. Etheria as a place is nirvana or emancipated. See that? See that? You just thought it was the earth. There's people running around here believing, man, out of all this vast crazy, man, it's just the earth and it's a flat frisbee sitting still. Boy, I tell you, look at this right here. Key points. When a mortal spirit is liberated from the corporeal body, this is called death. Death was created so that man could rise, resurrect the spirit as an angel, and inherit the Etherean world. Yeah, your angels are one-time living mortals, either from this earth or physical world or some other physical world. Atmosphere, or the lower heavens that move with the earth, The earth is in motion. It's not a frisbee sitting still on 4 invisible legs. Nah, it don't work like that, man. You gotta learn the mechanics of creation. Everything's moving. I mean, everything's spinning. Look what it said right here. Atmosphere are the lower heavens that move with the earth, and that all spirits of the dead pass through before being delivered to Etherean. So your first stop once you cross over is into the atmosphere, whatever level of atmosphere it is, based off the good works and righteousness you've done for others. Now, if you just an evil, sadistic, diabolical, urine-drinking bastard, then guess what? You either stuck on this earth as a wandering spirit or below the grades. Usually when you that evil, it's all type of spirit retaliation waiting on you. Say like you was an Adolf Hitler or Emperor Leopold, who's responsible for killing millions. Do you know these millions is waiting on these niggas? Do y'all know this? Do y'all know that, boy, these boys are being long stomped in the spirit world? Yeah, all your servants jump you. You get infused and tied together, foul-smelling gases, and you get put into y'all get tied into what's called a hell knot. Ooh-wee. Look, that don't benefit you nothing at all to be evil. Because you got to answer for that. The people you've murdered, for all you little brothers in the streets putting pistols on these jokers, the people you murdered, they waiting on you. Yeah, the cat you murdered, you thought you got away with and all that, or even if you murdered him and you sitting in jail for life, that nigga waiting on you. Yeah, by the time you get to him, he gonna be way more stronger than you, and he gonna have his way with thou. Now trip off this until y'all get that together, because that ain't got nothing to do with God. You decided to kill him. Y'all had beef. But guess what? You two mortal enemies got to work with each other if you want to get out that condition. Because at that moment, you stuck on earth and in the lower heavens in what's called hell. Hell, the pockets of torment that you built for yourself. It ain't the Almighty putting you in hell. You put yourself there. Now, guess what? Hey, you got to answer for all that. And y'all, you got to work and trip off this. Eventually, y'all going to get tired of going to war and killing each other, and we ain't got nothing for this. What we going to do? Y'all going to have to work together. Y'all have to work together and rise each other up so you can prove that you are worthy to start your resurrection process with the Creator. Until then, you are wandering, evil, dark, sadistic, urine-drinking bastard in spirit, wandering the earth and inspiring mortals to do the same thing you did. Pure darkness. Pure darkness. Or watch me call people like that a drudge, a true job. The physical people who are inspired by them, they're called drugs. Someone through their actions are very dark and very low through action. Very evil disposition. You know people like that? Right? They don't get to rise immediately once they cross over. They got to clean up their mess. However long it take. Look at this. Again, the atmosphere are the lower heavens that move with the earth, and that all spirits of the dead pass through before being delivered to Etherean. Good night, boy. That's our first stop. Etherean are the higher heavens that exist beyond the atmosphere of the earth and other corporeal planets, and it's independent of the heavens of the earth. If you're getting some understanding so far, y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat. Shout out to the CGG. Shout out to the Credit Gang in the building. Let me play some music real quick. Let me go grab me something to drink. You dig? Y'all stretch your legs a little taste. Let's cook. Let's make it happen. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, oh, wait. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, man, shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Who I see in the building. Shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to the God. Selah Shalom is in the building. Boy, that's my brother, man. Boy, hey, they had me hollering. Boy, I'm telling you, hey, look, y'all better stop trying to debate these brothers. You'll be on a diss track. I'm telling you, them brothers jump in the studio look, to beat you up in the debate, jump in the studio and dish your whole squad. Ah, man, shout out to my brother Selah Shalom TV. The first brother to really put this old Waspy online. Not even really, the first brother to put it online like that. You know what I mean? He a bruh. He's straight out the streets of Atlanta. And you dig? So shout out to that brother, man. Like, look, years. I know what it's like, boy, to put in years, decades of pain. You dig? And to finally see your work start, you know what I mean, moving like that. But that brother right there is the first brother to put this old Waspy, the Book of Sky Spirit, out there. I think he was like 2007, something like that. Y'all go to his channel and go to his playlist. Get you one of these old Waspies that we reading into right now, and tap on in, man. Learn. It's a lot, especially dealing with the high-raised sisters, the goddesses, the chieftainess, the lordesses. You know what I mean? Sisters play a very intricate role in the Creator's kingdoms. His daughters get down. You know what I mean? You got high-raised ancestors, or who you call angels, that have taken on the ranks of a goddess or a chieftainess, and they roll with the Almighty. They not false goddesses like Ashtoreth or Ishtar or Isis. You know, these are goddesses that are worshipped in the earth. Dirty Diana, no. These are sisters that roll with the Almighty Creator. Who have been in the spirit world for hundreds of thousands of years, you dig, and have the ability to manage worlds. You know what I mean? And went through all types of training and high-raised skill. And salute the sisters, man. So over here, we don't treat the sisters like second-class citizens. Like, Negroes get off and be trying to, woman, you serve me. And, all this extra madness these Negroes be on. You know what I mean? Like on some caveman days. Nah, we you know what I mean? We inspire the sisters over here to live to your highest light. Just stop weaponizing your beauty, though. Stop weaponizing your beauty as a tool to destroy your family or destroy your community. You know what I mean? Stop doing that. You sisters are very, very powerful in your righteous order under the command of your maker, the Creator. It's the same with the brothers. You're way more powerful as a divine son of the Almighty. You know what I mean? Then some type of a street cat that live by certain laws and principles. No, man, you use a son of the Almighty Creator. Sister, you a daughter of the Almighty Creator who will one day hold a title if you choose as a goddess. And trip off this. If you a true one, you ain't even having nobody pray to you. Your whole job is to inspire those beneath you who are still living mortals, right? To aspire higher, to rise up and inherit what it is, or take your position so you can move forward. Onward and upward forever. Resurrection ain't just a one-time thing. You feel me? Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom. Shout out to the sisters, man. Shout out to the sisters. You dig? Who else we got up in here? I got Nazarene sing Faithist. Yeah, hell not, beat down, be waiting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to my sister Kila Olama Kazido, my sister. She been running with us for a while, man. Long time. Shout out to my sister. You know what I mean? Love and light and grace and favor to your family too, Key. You already know. Got the Daryl Brown in the building. What's the word? Imam Mahaya in the building. Flo Rider from Flo Rider to Ohio is in the building. Much love, Imam. Imam is Hebrew, which means mother, mama. You know what I mean? We got a couple Imams in the building. I don't know if Sister Ahuba up in there, but shout out to Sister Ahuba, Hub City. Compton in the building. You know what I mean? What else we got up in here? We got Iris Steffens in the building. My sister. I talked to her the other night. Good sister. Good sister right there, man. Good sister. Who else we got? Y'all forgive me. Who else we got? We got Divine Woman King in the building. That's right. That's right. I can dig it. We are here to birth things, new creation. Absolutely. All right. Who else we got in the building? Yep, Sela Shalom 120. Yep. There's another one too. Yeah, he been putting his pain in for a minute, man. You can't do nothing but respect it. Shout out to my sister Kizzy in the building. What's the word, sis? I see y'all. I see y'all in the building, man. I just wanted to make sure we take time and shout everybody out. You know what I mean? Nothing but love. All right, let's get into this right here. See, I was late. No, you ain't late. You on time, little sis. It's all good. You know what I mean? You on time around these parts. What is an angel? Yeah, some Negro this. He don't even know. Oh, I was just get the name and names. What is an angel? Right? What is an angel, Malaki? I can hear the mental midgets now. You know, an angel. I speak glossary. Angel, a spirit, man, or woman. The word spirit does not define whether man or animal, but is sometimes used instead of angel. Spirit, synonymous, but not correctly with angel. When we say water, we may not mean the ocean, but when we say ocean, we mean water. When we say angel, we do mean a spirit, but when we say spirit, we may not mean an angel. Excellent point. Be clear about what you're saying, right? Key points. When a mortal spirit is liberated from his physical body, this is called what? Death. Death was created so that man could rise in spirit as an angel and inherit the Etherean world. So when your loved ones cross over, especially those of our loved ones, man, that was, this deep down, they may not know what you know, but deep down, just a very good, genuine, don't mean nobody no harm. You know what I mean? Just good overall individual. You know what I mean? It tell you right there, when you die, death was created so that man could rise in spirit as an angel. You become an angel. Huh? A spirit of the dead, an angel. When you cross over, you a newborn spirit. Huh? Death was created so that man could rise in spirit as an angel and inherit the Etherean world. Atmosphere are the lower heavens that move with the earth. And that all spirits of the dead pass through before being delivered to where? Etheria. Etheria are the higher heavens that exist beyond the atmosphere of the earth and other corporeal planets, and is independent of the heavens of the earth. An angel is the spirit of a mortal man or a woman. You heard that? An angel is the spirit of a mortal man or woman, meaning all angels. All angels were one-time living mortals. All angels. Even if they're angels that are older than the earth, they were, guess what? They were one time a living, breathing mortal on some other physical world. Oh, we understand is starting to kick in. You read stories in the Bible where it's a man, but somebody said it was an angel. Somebody else said it was God. Well, man, angel, and God are the same thing, just different degrees of density, like water, ice, and vapor. Water, ice, and vapor are the same thing. They just manifest differently. It's the same with man, angel, and God. God is a one-time man. Man will be a God one day. Will be immortal one day. God is a one-time mortal. Man will become immortal one day. Same thing. Same thing, just different degrees of density. You feel me? That's all it is. All angels are spirits, but not all spirits are angels. I.e., the spirit of a dog is not an angel. See the book of Forgotten, Son of the Creator, chapter 21, 14 through 15, page 350 for man versus animals. Woof! Mortals and angels lean toward one of two conditions: resurrection, light, or declension, darkness. So you either rising or falling. I see that? You know what I mean? You either rising or falling. That's all it comes down to. You either rising or falling, buddy. Look at this right here. Look at this. Look at this. Waspi, Book of the Spirit, Book of S, chapter 4, 5 through 7, in which sermon all resurrection is of God, who is Jehovah's Son. God is a son of the Creator. God is who you become, not who you pray to. Let that sink in. So you may hear us saying, hey, peace to the God. You know, that's us saluting our brothers and letting them know, like, hey, man, look, you a God in training. You ain't no nigga, no thug. Rise up. Or no gang member. Rise up. You're God in training. Sisters, what up, goddess? Salute the goddesses. We letting the sisters know, hey, look, you're not Cardi B. You're not Megan Thee Stallion. You're none of that. You know what I mean? You are a goddess in training. So your level of awareness and spirituality is way beyond whatever it is you're seeing right here. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, those who are the most successful in this setup are the ones with the lowest grade, spiritually speaking. A lot of them are below the grades. Y'all see all this Epstein files coming out? Huh? Nick Rose been taking semen baths. Huh? Pizzagate. Fondling with children. These are the inspirations of those who are below the grades, declension, not resurrection. And you got the unmitigated gall to think these people know anything about rising up spiritually, or even told you about the Creator. Nah. This they playground, and their whole setup being selfish. You know what I mean? Is how they get to where it is. Selfish, evil, and diabolical. How about that? All resurrection is of God, who is the Creator's Son. But to distinguish from that which is of God, I named all who did not desire resurrection in heaven, but love the earth more, Satan. Now you gotta check yourself. Trip off, yo. Do a inventory of your own life. Is your life mainly trying to maintain everything physically you got in front of you? Like you don't even pour no time into your spirit at all. It's just all about maintaining and holding down everything that's right here. You dig? But you don't even pour into your spirit at all. Nothing. And that's something you practically got to do. It ain't good enough just to sit up and just remember a lesson somebody said. You got to be on this thing practically. Like, what is you doing out here? It ain't good enough for you just sit around and listen to what somebody's saying. You got to get out here and apply what it is you learn. You understand? If you all who do not desire resurrection in heaven, but love the earth more, that's who Satan is. Satan. And whoever loved evil and practiced it, I named Satan. And whoever combined as angels or as mortals to make anarchy, I named evil workers for hell. Those your ICE agents and those out there protesting. Get the hell out of that damn riot trying to protest some ICE. If you don't get your ass out the way. You right in the middle of Satan and his practices. You right in the middle of evil workers for hell. And think you about to change something by blowing your hot breath on the ICE agent. And they out there killing, you know what I mean, like it's going out of style. Look at this. As God and heaven are of the resurrection, so are Satan, hell, and the devil of the declension. So you got to ask yourself, which one are you more concerned with? Are you more concerned about your resurrection and becoming one with your maker and doing righteous and good works to others? Or are you just so consumed and obsessed with these earthly matters? You know what I mean? You got to do your own spiritual inventory. It ain't up to me to, make that decision for you. You know if you ain't pouring into your spirit enough. You know if you just so focused on this physical world that you ain't even taking no time to do none of this. You ain't praying, meditating, getting out there practically doing good to nobody. You becoming more and more selfish. You submitting to all these evil ass thoughts that be skipping across your mind? Yeah. Yeah, you ain't even, you ain't spread no type of light nowhere. Huh? Look at this right here. All men on the earth and all the spirits of the dead belong to one or the other. Resurrection or declension. If you belong to the resurrection, drop a 10,000 in the chat. If you belong to the declension, meaning you're going backwards, you're flunking, you're below the grades, drop a 0 in the chat. Good night. Good night, boy. But guess what's happening? Now you're learning. Now you're learning. I feel you. I would you say never heard of ethereal world until a while ago. I know. You see, now you got to learn. Now it's time to go back to the drawing board. You dig? You've been sitting in, you've been sitting where you've been sitting for the longest, whether it's in some type of Israelite congregation or up under the paps of some type of elder or camp leader, or up under some type of so-called Negro running around this earth calling himself an apostle like Geno Jennings, or that brother on Sinetta that claimed he an apostle. Huh? Which one are you, resurrection or declension? You see? You either rise or fall in this thing, man. That's it. Sink or swim. And how beautiful is it that you do it? Look, you rise up and get a better grade and continue to resurrect just based off the righteousness you do to others. It benefits you in every way to do good to somebody. In every way. You see? I see y'all 10,000 in the chat. I already know ain't nobody can put 0 down. Everybody like, nigga, I'm part of the resurrection. Now, that's right. Well, you got to make sure you continue to get out there and do good. You know what I mean? Stop being a misfit all your life. Okay, I see y'all. Ain't nobody playing. You don't play no games no more. You get that bust your head. Okay, Book of S, O.I. Speed, chapter 13, 9 through 11. 1, the creator who is almighty, matchless in wisdom, truth, power, and unity of purpose. The author of all things on the earth and on all other worlds, seen and unseen. Woo! Boy, man, look, y'all better leave me alone. I ain't read nothing higher. What are you talking about? We stand on creator. I don't know what you may stand on, some type of makeshift God who shows somebody his rectum and had another man sitting on his lap and leaning on his breast. That may be you. That may be you. You may roll with the God that heard Elisha curse some children because they called him bald-headed, and he sent 2 birds and ate up 42 little jokers. That may be your deity or your God. Who we talking about? The creator who is almighty, matchless in wisdom, truth, power, and unity of purpose. The author of all things on the earth and on all other worlds, seen and unseen, Damon. Verse 10, that the soul of man is immortal and everlasting, and shall ultimately attain the peace and joy in the heavens of the Almighty. See, we all get there. You did? And to any of those who fancy themselves as our enemies, when we finally meet up on the other side, you dig? And the creator sent us to get you up out of your situation. You're going to see the gang face. You're going to hear from us. Wow, we told you niggas, man. Come on. You dig? And you mess around and get kicked in your rear end and say, get over there in that ship of salvation and let's go. Been over here soft shoeing for the past 1,000 years. We could have been past her. Huh? Verse 11, that according to man's good or evil deeds, words, thoughts, and actions. Hold on. That according to man's good or evil deeds, which are your actions or your deeds, what you do, right? His deeds, words, thoughts, and actions while on earth, even so shall he inherit in heaven light or darkness, joy or unhappiness. Good night, boy. You can't say you're not learning. You dig? You ain't got this nowhere else. I'm just going to be honest with you. Look, most of us done read it all. You know what I mean? Most of us done read it all, just to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Down to all your books of Enoch, all of it. Jashes, Jubilees, all of it. I done combed through all of it. I ain't read nothing that's practically applicable, right? And it makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You see that? Our actions, words, thoughts, and deeds are graded, and our spiritual grade or quality determines our place in the heavens. Get your grade up. How do you do that, Malachi? By righteous works done unto others. It's easy money. Book of Judgment, chapter 12, 3, 6, and 17. Oh, I speed, body blow. 12 and 6. I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead. According to their grade and their corporeal lives, so do I arrange them. I do not fill the air of the firmament with angels scattered about, but I give them regions habitable and home-like. And I grade the regions as to how suitable they are to the resurrection of the spirits of the dead. See that? I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead. When your people cross over, they're a spirit of the dead, right? But you're situated and placed based off your spiritual grade that you attained while you were living. You may be in the 50s. You may be in the 25. You know what I mean? You may be in the 75. You may be in 99. You may be grade 1. It's all based off what you're doing now. So how about we get out there and start doing good now? Why not? What else you doing? Being diabolical and sadistic and all this other evil madness that's going on out here. Dealing with Epstein Island and all that. Dealing with P. Diddy and all this madness. Dealing with the entertainment industry, the music, the athletic, all this madness that's going on out here today. You dig? It benefits you to get out here and say, you know what? Let me stop all this. Look, that ain't work for me at all. Getting 1,000 bottles of baby oil and going to P. Diddy freak-offs ain't got you nowhere. Ain't got him nowhere but in the federal penitentiary area. Being evil gets you nowhere. In the end, look, and true about this. Now you know all them cats like P. Diddy and them got the lowest spiritual grades in the earth. Same with your beloved president, some of you Negroes voted for. Donald Trump. Man, that jackal got, if not the lowest grade in the spirit world, one of the lowest. A reality TV star. Donald Trump. Yeah, people just all seal clapping when folk come. Oh, Jay-Z is just so successful. Look, y'all. Look, there ain't nobody in a better position than you. You understand the mechanics, the inward workings of the spirit world. You know what you got to do to get to where you need to go. Even if you find yourself jammed up, you know what you need to do to get out of it. They don't know none of this. Right? Not even just in the entertainment, in the conscious community. Sonetta and them don't know this. Bobby Hemmett don't know this. Phil Valentine don't know this. General Yohana don't know this. Free Case Ray, Nathaniel Ray don't know this. The leader of GOCC don't know this. None of them could even break down, man, what's going to happen when we die, man? Like, you know, you break it down step by step, blow by blow, what this is, what's going on. They don't know because it's vague. The information about where you're going is so vague that if you look, you're about to, if somebody invited you on a trip like that and gave you vague information like that, you wouldn't even go. You wouldn't even go. I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead. According to their grade and their corporeal lives, so do I arrange them. I do not fill the air of the firmament with angels scattered about, but I give them regions habitable and home-like. Home-like. Ain't nothing like a good old home, boy. Good old home cooked meal, home atmosphere. Ain't nothing like it. And I grade the regions at the how suitable they are to the resurrection of the spirits of the dead. Key points. When a mortal spirit is liberated from the corporeal body, this is called death. Y'all, death is just another moment, man. Like it's so taboo now. And the only reason everybody's scared of it because the information about it is like I've been saying, is vague. You don't really know nothing about it if you be real with yourself. What we gonna be doing when we get there? I don't know. We gonna be singing holy, holy, holy all day. You know what I mean? Flying around with huggies on and naked, striking people with love darts. Shit, I don't know. What we gonna eat when we get there? I don't know. Where we gonna live? I don't know. Where we gonna stay? I don't know. You wouldn't even go on no vacation like that. You don't know. And my point being, out of all your spiritual systems in the earth, you dig? Everybody is real brief about what happened when you die, boy. There's no detail for real. What you saying? The New Jerusalem comes down, but it's surrounded by men and assless chaps, whoremongers, male prostitutes. Deuce Bigelow, the male gigolo. Men and assless chaps around the New Jerusalem, but without a whoremongers, dogs, sorcerers, and all those who ever loved and believed a lie. So they escaped the lake of fire only to surround the New Jerusalem, which is a golden box dropping out of the earth with a square mile is no bigger than the Midwest of the United States. And surrounding it are men in ashless chaps. Okay. Death was created so that man could rise in spirit as an angel and inherit the Etherean worlds. Atmospheria are the lower heavens that move with the earth. That all spirits of the dead pass through before being delivered to Etherean. Ethereal are the higher heavens that exist beyond the atmosphere of the earth and other corporeal planets and is independent of the heavens of the earth. An angel is the spirit of a mortal man or woman. You see that? Your guardian angels and all that, these are people who once lived. Sometimes they could be your relative, your familiar spirit, or someone you're familiar with, a family spirit. An angel is a spirit, y'all, of a mortal man or woman. Let that sink in. Yes, your deceased loved ones, your grandmamas and all that. And guess what? She's a spirit. She's an angel. She's an angel who has enrolled in the resurrection process of the Creator. And it's all types of training and learning that go on once you cross over. And the skills that you have, you take with you. And you continue to perfect them. You dig? We got the system in order over this way. We got the blueprint, actually. You know, all this removes the fear of death completely off the table. I already wasn't scared of it, but now it's like, oh, yeah, you have a problem with me. Yeah. The fear is completely off the table now. It's like, oh, okay. Look at this. All angels are spirits, but not all spirits are angels. See the book of Forgotten. We mortals live our lives, die, and enter heaven as angels under two conditions based on how we lived our mortal lives. Of the resurrection on an upward path or of the declension on a downward path. You heard that? We mortals live our lives, die, and enter heaven as angels. You're either angels under the resurrection or you're angels under the declension. What determines that is the good or the evil that you do while you're living. So get to it, man. Get to it. You already know, man. We got so many. Look, if you want to witness all the glories, witness the glories that the Creator has for you, then hey, you better get to doing good now and clean up any mess that you clean up right now while you breathing. Get to it. Why not? Why not? The resurrection or the declension of our actions, thoughts, words, and deeds determines our spiritual grade and where we will be placed in the heavens. This is called heavenly system and order, y'all. See that? This, I'm telling you, this O is a light bulb. Look, it reveals so much, and by revealing so much light, it exposes the schemes, plots, and traps of the false gods who use religion as a tool to enslave the masses spiritually. The light in the O is so high that while it's revealing, the inward mechanics and the heavenly order and system and all that, while it's doing that and you getting your mind blown, it's also exposing, you dig, what's going on over there in the darkness. Like, whoa. And that's why, the average cat may not be, I'm tripping. I'm God tripping. You other cats may be into your fraternities and sororities and your Masonic lodges, or you may be in the streets and you bang against, you trip and bang against this hood or whatever. The Creator gang is God tripping. See, that's a whole nother level. You can't even compare that to whatever it is y'all got going on in the streets with Whack 100 and whoever the hell else they got out there. You can't even compare what we on with that. There ain't no higher form of what you would deem warfare than the light that the Creator gang CGG is dropping in this hour. There ain't nothing higher. What you mean? We God tripping. Meaning we bang on the inspiration that got you out there killing your brother, got you out there raping that sister, got you out there going to war and being evil and sadistic and blasphemous. We bang against the inspiration that drive you. I'm tripping. I ain't never letting none of that slide, ever. I don't care who the hell don't like it. Well, so what? Bye. Bye. I'm not watering the Creator down just to be accepted. You know what I mean? By anybody. Into your little circle, into your little social circle, into a relationship with your boo-boo. I can give less than half of a damn about any of that. I'm not watering the Creator all down just to be accepted by nobody. No brotherhood, no relationship, no none of that. It's the Creator nothing with me. You dig? And the brothers and sisters I roll with. That's how we rock. You dig? This is called heavenly system and order. Book of Job. Look, we've been in this old watch firing. Creator gang. Shout out to my brothers and sisters, man. I'm telling y'all, there ain't nobody else in a greater position than us. You know the heavenly system and order. Everybody know we gotta die, but don't nobody know what's gonna happen when we get there. You keep running, I don't know. Well, that removes you from the conversation. Let's move you over to the left over here somewhere. And you sit on down over there with your General Yohanas and your Captain Zoryaks. And your free case Ray, Nathaniel Ray, and sit on down over there with all your Sakari boys, and you sit in the pile of those who don't know, because you don't know. Sit on over there with your Geno Jennings and all them, and your Pastor Dowls. Yeah, sit on over. You don't know. None of y'all know this. You dig? And it's just what it is. So look, you can either roll, you know what I mean, get down with the gang right now, or perceive, you know what, they really ain't got no motion like the most famous cats out there. Whatever. Look, eventually all y'all gonna be over this way. Because none of y'all, when it comes to the spirit system and order, talking like this. You dig? None of you are. What we speak, you wouldn't dare whisper. You know why? You lose your following. You lose your support. Yeah. You done got rich while people starve. Yeah, you know what I mean? You done got your money based off the ignorance of the people who you supposed to be uplifting. Who you supposed to be helping. So now men are compromised. You dare not come out with this, because guess what? Half your congregation, if not more, leave. You know what happened with me when I found the higher light? I stopped what I was doing immediately. Got off at the next exit, busted ugly, and got back on. We've been going the wrong way. And whoever get mad or move or leave or whatever, bye. That's how you got to be. You got to be stand up and die hard with it. You ain't never going to be respected out here soft showing, playing with this. Huh? If everybody leaves, so be it. You stand on business. You did? You roll with creator. It's a sister in OWASP called Serpenta or Mej. Man, if I ever get to meet this sister one day, I'm going to embrace her. But she told her brother who was lower than ranked in her. He was crying about his little homeboy. He was like, but that's my friend. Because she had peeped that his homeboy wasn't right. And these are angels. These are, you know what I mean? But she peeped his homeboy wasn't right. So she told him, she's like, look, you got a break in your line over there. And he peeped that she was talking about his homeboy really didn't have no faith in what was going on. So she said, fix the break. You got a break in your line over there. You better handle that. Or what it is you setting out to do won't get done. You dig? So then he like, but that's my friend. Man, that sister looked at bro and said, your only friend is the creator. Get it done. And he had to remove that joke about, hey, bro, you got to go. Yeah, you ain't even got no faith in what we doing. And based off that, we ain't even going to be able to move this little heavenly plateau away from all this darkness. They was trying to move a whole little area of the atmosphere higher so they wouldn't be, you know what I mean, too much in proximity to all the darkness of these false ass gods, you know what I mean? But his homeboy, really, he was like, yeah, whatever. I don't think y'all gonna be able to do that. So old girl peeped, she read his spirit and was like, hey, look, you got to break in your line, man. Get that together. Or whatever you trying to do ain't gonna get done. He cries, you know, that's my friend. She said, the hell with all that. Now your only friend is the creator. Let's rock. You feel me? Man, when I meet that sister, I'm hugging all on her. You dig? Because that right there is powerful. What you mean? Huh? In this life, you may seem lonely and all that. It may seem at times in this walk where everybody done turned their back on you, left you. Huh? Keep in mind, look, my only friend is the Almighty, the Creator. And as long as you got Creator, look, man, look, it ain't nothing they can throw at you in this world. You understand? It's going to make you crumble. Nothing. It don't matter. Huh? Set your mind right, though. Right? Life is brutal. Life ain't passive and exchanging smooth soliloquies. No, life is brutal. It's relentless. Huh? And it ain't waiting on you. It don't matter. That cold winter blizzard that just blew through here a couple weeks ago, through the entire United States almost, did it not come because you wasn't prepared? Did it warm up a little taste just because you didn't like how cold it was? No. Sink or swim. That's life. See that? You got to start thinking more serious about life and less serious about what it is you own selfishly and all that. Look, man, look, the mountain ain't going to bend for you if you got to climb it. Don't care nothing about your feelings. The rage in the river ain't going to slow up just because you got to cross it. The sun don't vote before it come out. You see? The tornado don't send you a text message and say, hey, look, I'm about to swing through and destroy the whole north side of St. Louis. No. Life is brutal. What you mean? So when it throw you lemons, you either make lemonade or cry about how sour the lemons are. But as long as you roll with Creator, there ain't no crumble in you. None. None. You dig? And you should wake up every morning bow-legged in the shoulders. Beyond confident. You a son or a daughter of the Creator who made all this. You dig? Walk around like you own this deal. That's how you got to be. Look at this. OWASP, Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, 28 through 32. You dig? And we still banging. Huh? We still banging. Hold on. All right, look at this. To prevent which God and the Lord shall provide these spirits in the first resurrection with places to dwell in, and with occupations and opportunities for education. For I do not desire them to remain bound to the earth, but to rise up and inherit my Etherean kingdoms. You see this? This is once you cross over and die. There's already a system and order prepared for you. What you mean? Just like when you was birthed here, there was already hospitals. There was already doctors, nurses. There was already receiving blankets for thou. Receiving blankets, binkies, onesies, diapers, pampers, the whole nine. Already waiting for thou. Well, y'all's the same. Where you going? You see that? You see that? Just where you going ain't like you just gonna die and just be floating around and don't know what the hell. It's already a whole system and order in place for thou. Already. Look what it says. To prevent which God and the Lord shall provide these spirits in the first resurrection. With places to live. So then you, once you was born, eventually, what happened? What happened? Your guardians or your parents brought you to a place to live, brought you home. Same thing, man. It's not haphazard. You dig? It ain't none of that. Yeah, but see, life is brutal. You look, it was just a whole group of women who just died going skiing. Avalanche came out of nowhere, killed all of them. I'm sure they just wake up in the morning, woke up, sniffed the Folgers, thought they was gonna have another great experience, and death came. Life is brutal, man. Like, and if you play it any other way, you're doing yourself a disservice. Life ain't waiting on you. It throw curveballs. Look all the way up from the cosmos down to what's going on inside you. Stars explode, nations rise and fall, and even inside of you, disease will get you. Life is brutal. But look at this once again. To prevent which God and the Lord should provide these spirits, these newborn spirits that just died, right? In the first resurrection with places to live, places to dwell in, and with jobs, occupations, and opportunities for education. So now you're going to have a place to live, places to live. You're going to have work to do. And guess what? You're going to continue to learn, educate, and elevate. All this on the other side. We read elsewhere where there's no, whatever you find to do, do it. Where there is no love, no hate, no advancement, none of it. In the grave where you going. Whatever you find to do while you living, you better get to it. Because once you die, it's over. That's the understanding of King Solomon in the book of Ecclesiastes. This saying something totally different. No, it ain't over, Jack. It's just beginning. The real you is in a womb right now, waiting to be birthed. Trip off this. You was in your mother's womb, right? I saw you was in your mother's womb. You was in there with a twin, and the argument was this: there ain't no life after this. You up in your mama's pregnant womb arguing with your twin about ain't no life after this. We don't know nothing about that. You know what I mean? We don't know nothing about no life after. There is no life after the womb. And it is. Eventually a birth has to happen. And now you into a whole nother reality, this physical world, right? It's the same arguing with a Negro right now, but ain't no life after death. Nigga, you in the womb right now. You're in the embryonic stage. The real you ain't even been birthed yet. How about that? If you got a physical body, that means you got a spiritual body as well. The real you. And that ain't even been birthed yet. You still in the womb. You still in the womb right now. Good night, boy. The real you ain't even been birthed yet. You still in the womb. So once you die and cross over, now that's your birth. Now you a newborn spirit. And there's places provided for you to live. There's work for you to do. That's what your skills follow you. See that? And opportunities for you to learn more. Education. You up in the universe. They do, after all, they do call these colleges universities, right? For look what Creator say, for I do not desire them to remain bound to the earth. Creator's whole desire is for you to join his resurrection process and continue to resurrect, graduate, rise up, become more and more advanced. You see? You know a little bit about what you're going to be doing when you cross over. Look at you. You're learning today, huh? And y'all believe it or not, this is Spirit Basics 101. Those of us who study or watch the Book of Sky or Spirit, we know this. This is what we be trying to bring to the conscious community. They get so stuck on who's the white man. It's like, bro, listen to me. There ain't a book you done licked your fingers and opened and flipped through them pages, reading in English, Spanish, French, Hebrew, especially if you call it a spiritual book, the Medu Netra that the so-called white man ain't had his hands on. Can we stop the argument of the so-called white man? And let's just judge the information and see what the higher light is. That's what we be on. You also want to do that. Why they can't receive this higher light, man? The darkness is real. Look at this. And in this also you shall be discreet in governing them, giving them the light of my heavens with some freedom to choose and to perfect themselves. See that? Otherwise, they would only be slaves in heaven. See, it's still freedom, liberty. They be discreet in governing them. So that means even the angels that are in charge of receiving your spirit and all that, once you cross over, they ain't overwhelming and overburn. Be discreet in governing them. Giving them the light of my heavens with some freedom to choose and to perfect themselves. Why? Otherwise, they would only be slaves in heaven according to their weakness or strength. So shall you provide for these new spirits entering my spirit world. I was talking to one of my sisters earlier, just letting her know, like, you know what I mean? Death is just another moment. You did, but your grandmother is on her way to becoming a newborn spirit. It's almost time for her spiritual birth. She's in the womb right now. She's coming to the end of her what y'all call it, what the women call it. What's the last? It's a trimester. She coming to the end of her trimester. And eventually she's gonna be birthed as a newborn spirit. Whole nother reality. You see? But even in that, you dig, that spirit ain't to be lorded over and all that. You understand? The creator is totally against slavery. Totally. Therefore, those of you who are appointed by my God and my lords as guardians over mortals shall be called ashars, or guardian angels. That's what an ashar is, a guardian angel. And you shall report to your respective lords according to the section of the earth where you may be. And the ashars, or guardian angels, shall have many watches, or what? Work shifts. You don't just have one guardian angel. That's the point. You dig? It's a gang of them, and they all got different watch hours where they watch over you. Oh, dang. Dang, you got a gang of guardian angels, actually. You dig? And they watching over thou, inspiring thou, and writing the records. What it is you do. And that record is given over once you cross over and die. That record is given over to another set of angels called the Asaps. They are the ones that are in charge of receiving your spirit and placing you where you're going to be at so you can start your resurrection process. You don't got this in Quran, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Yeah, the closest you got is Bible, but that ain't even close. Closest you got is Book of Enoch, that ain't even close. I'm going to be real with you. Please don't bring up your rancher. None of that. That ain't even close. Look at this. Verse 31. And those of you who are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead into heaven shall be called Asaphs, and you shall report to your respective lords in their kingdoms. And the Ashar shall make a record of every mortal as to the grade of his wisdom and good works. And when a mortal dies, and his spirit is delivered to the Asaphs, the record shall be delivered with him. And the Asaph receiving shall deliver this spirit along with the record into that place in these heavens, which is adapted to his what? His grade. Get your grade up. Where he shall be put to work and to school, according to the place of the resurrections, which I created. This is powerful, man. What you mean? No, you don't just die and fade to black. Man, look, it's more training you got to do. It's more schooling you got to receive. It's more work you got to do. Think about it. Some of y'all, you know, we get into like the UFOs, or some say an IFO, identifiable flying object, chariots of God. Okay, who built them? Who built the chariots you see flying? I mean, I know you ain't gonna twist your mouth and say the United States government or the Russian government. I'm not talking about, you know, man-made stuff. I'm talking about what those from antiquity all the way up into modern time claim they have seen, coursing the firmament, that man can't shoot out the earth. All right, who built them? You mean to tell me there's a level of training and education that got to do with building spaceships? Good Lord, man. Good Lord. Look at it. Where he shall be put to work and to school according to the place of the resurrections which I created. Key points. When a mortal spirit is liberated, from the physical body, this is called death. Death was created so that man could rise in spirit as an angel and inherit the Etherean worlds, atmosphere of the lower heavens that move with the earth, and that all spirits of the dead pass through before being delivered to Etherean. Etherean are the higher heavens that exist beyond the atmosphere of the earth and other physical planets, and is independent of the heavens of the earth. An angel is the spirit of a mortal man or woman. All angels are spirits, but not all spirits are angels. We mortals live our lives, die, and enter heaven as angels under two conditions, based on how we lived our mortal lives, of the resurrection or of the declension. The resurrection or the declension of our actions, thoughts, words, and deeds determines our spiritual grade and where we will be placed in the heavens. Spiritual grade is the quality of mortal or angel. What is a quality? A degree of excellence. Grade. Source, Merriam-Webster. What are the three resurrection of Atmospheria? Synopsis. Atmospheria, the heaven that moves with the earth, is divided into three realms called resurrections. Each resurrection is appropriated for specific grade ranges of angels, spirits of the dead. These are the grades of the resurrection of the souls of men. I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead according to their grade and their corporeal lives. So do I arrange them. Let's go look at this one more time. Heavenly system in order continue. Conditions of the first and second resurrections. Ooh-wee. If you're getting some understanding, family, please drop a 2,000 in the chat. Shout out to the CGG. I see my brother Prince Cosmon in the building. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. Shout out to my brother Cosmon, Cal, the cloud kicker. Cal, boy, that class you did earlier today, boy, and exposed AI as a lying sack of, boy. Hey, you had AI telling you sorry. Man, that was hilarious. Sorry, I was hallucinating. Man, look, bro. Hey, y'all. Look. It's a very good time to be one of us, man. Dig. Very good time to be one of us, man. The gang is in this thing. You feel me? Dang, that was a powerful chop session earlier. I can't front. That deal was off the chain, boy. Let me show my entire screen. Let's go ahead and pull this back up about the grades and the levels and all that. You feel me? Yeah, man, that was hilarious, boy. Boy, AI baby was saying, I can't get jiggy with this. I can't get. Yeah, you're right. I'm lying. I have no. What the boy say? Yeah, I have no integrity. I say, dang. Boy, make that AI tap out, boy. All right. You say you get placed based off your grade. This is a simple diagram or description. All of this down here would be the Earth. And right here are these lines right here, the different little plateaus or layers of the atmosphere. These are the dwelling places of the spirits of the dead who must pass through the atmosphere before they get all the way out here in Etherean and start experiencing more glories of the Creator. All spirits of the earth or any other physical world, before they can get to the higher heavens, have to pass through their atmosphere. All these are plateaus. All these are abiding places of the souls or the spirits of the dead, based off your grade. See, practical, right? Well, how do I get my grades, Malachi? I can hear you now. I'm ready to cry. I heard your grade is strictly based off the work you do for others. The highest grade of 99 means you serve others 100%. You ain't even concerned about yourself. See, in the spirit world, in spirituality, those who have the highest grade are those who are selfless, not selfish. Those who have the lowest grade, grade 1, first grade, kindergarten, or pre-K, are those who are completely selfish. They're only concerned about them and theirs. That's it. See, you can only rise up and resurrect based off the good and righteousness you do to others. The more time you prolong this by being evil, sadistic, murderous, jealous, envious, the longer you prolong this by being that, guess what's happening? The longer you're going to be bound to the earth as a wandering spirit. And we just read that the Creator don't even desire you to be bound to the earth. Y'all, his whole deal is for you to die and rise up and graduate, resurrect. You see? But if you choose to be a part of the declension, he got a spot for you. You'll be bound right here. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be going through some type of torment as well. So it's all based off your labor that you do for others. If you serve others 100%, you got a 99 grade. You serve others 75%, you get a 75 grade. See that? And this is where those who get those grades, this is where they reside in proportion to the earth and the higher heavens. See that? See, we're not giving you there ain't no spookism involved. Ain't no spookism involved in what we talking about. Zero, none. Y'all see that? It's practical. You can look now. Yeah, y'all finna go get telescopes and everything. Like, man, I think I'm finna go look. You know what I mean? I ain't mad at you. Go ahead and look a little taste. Watch me say so you can know of a surety where you going. You feel me? Know of a surety. Get back to this. Let's get back to this. Easy money. All right, what else we got? Look at this. Heavenly system in order to continue conditions of the first and second resurrection. Don't you want to know what's going on? Look at this. Such then was the beginning of the second resurrection. And the condition of membership require the renunciation of all associations and conditions below it. And the rank of all such angels was angels of God or angels of Creator, in contradistinction from the angels of the first resurrection, who know no organization or righteousness' sake, for righteousness' sake. But so that mortals will not be left in darkness, behold, your God and his holy council prepares certain rules of discipline and conduct, as well as commandments, by which the angels of the second resurrection would be as a unit in their duties and teachings from that time forward. Chief of which rules was that the angels of the Creator should never manifest themselves as individuals to the mortal. Stop right there. That just killed it. Because all your groovy gurus who claim they've been having visitations and all that, y'all, it be one cat there talking to them. The angels of the Creator don't manifest or reveal themselves to you as one single individual. They come mob deep. Look, it's more than one of them for sure. Now trip off all the so-called visitations everybody, the groovy gurus, have been selling to you. 99.9% of them stories is one cat they howling at. Dang. The angels of the Creator should never manifest themselves as individuals to the mortals, lest mortals become servants to and worshipers of the spirits instead of the all-highest Jehovah Creator. Nah, they got to come mob deep so you would never start thinking that this is the Creator you're dealing with. There got to be more than one of them that pop up. See that? And look, you've been getting soul spirits since like 2015, 2012. And the Mayan calendar was supposed to end. Negroes popped out of the woodwork selling spirits, selling all types of different, claiming they had visitations, in which they probably did. We just saying if they were angels of the Creator, they come in more than just one individual. Why? Because mortals will start worshiping that one entity or deity or angel that pops up and calls himself giving you instructions. Look at this. Second to this, that when the angels of Jehovah are appointed to mortals, it should be as guardians over infants, to inspire them by way of the natural consciousness within them as to what was right and good in reference to eternal life. And that such guardian angels are to be in phalanxes of what, y'all? Millions and tens of millions, but still in close membership with your God and his holy council in order to relieve one another on guard. You only just got one guardian angel. It's a gang of them. It's a gang of them. And they guard over you as if you're an infant, because you're a newborn spirit, to inspire them by way of the natural consciousness within. Wow. For by the inspirations of the angels of your God, the individual entity of a mortal is directed in its normal growth. But by the angels of the first resurrection, the inorganized, inorganic heavens, the angels who are bound to the earth, mortals are used abnormally, by entrancement, by miracles, by sarges, by oracles, or otherwise, by your Miss Cleos, and by entrancement. The inspirations of the angels of your God, the individual entity of a mortal, is directed in its normal growth. It's not abnormal. Look at this. So that the angels of God could inspire all mortals with the same inspiration. Behold, he and his holy council prepares certain instructions with rules, words, and commandments, adapted to the understanding of mortals for the good of their souls, and without pandering to their earthly desires. Such words being designated as sacred writings when originally given to mortals, though for the most part perverted or lost sight of afterward. Chief angels over these phalanxes are lords, marshals, captains, and so on. The second resurrection being orderly, disciplined, and organized, in his glorious work. And notice what it said about the second resurrection. In order for you to enter that, you got to renounce all and every organization and affiliation beneath it. So regardless if you call yourself a Mason, a Crip, a Blood, a Kappa, a Delta, a Theta, whatever the hell else they got out here, all they got to be renounced before you even join the second resurrection. We, what the angels of the Creator are in the heavens, we're faithists. We have an unwavering faith and conviction in the Almighty, the Creator. So we under the same vibration. Huh? You got to renounce all that. You can't be showing up there talking about some you set tripping it. And you know what I mean? Nigga on whatever Crip set it is or whatever on Bloods. Nah, you can't even come up in here with that. You can't even show up. You can't even show up to the kingdoms of the Creator with a false God on your breath. Let alone some type of gang these niggas came up with. You can't show up to talk about you a Republican, a Democrat, huh? An independent, huh? You can't show up there talking about some you a political lobbyist. And no, we're not doing none of that. Huh? They ain't doing none of that. Look at this. Look at it right here. It said right here, thus my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name. And in the name of the Creator to abide for times and seasons with mortals as guardians and inspirers, to provide dreams, thoughts, and visions in the minds of mortals, and to otherwise labor in elevating them in purity, love, and wisdom. Such then are the angels of God and of the Creator, and their teachings are the same as my lords and your gods. Nor does one of them teach a matter in one way, and another teach it differently. Although there are different grades and systems adapted to the different degrees of intelligence of the different peoples of the earth. What is the redemption plan for the spirits of those who do evil and bound in atmosphere? Oh, now we got to talk. Now we got to talk. You know what I mean? We got to make it make sense now. We got to make it make sense. We got to keep it real nifties on 50s. Shout out to the brother. Matter of fact, I just heard the brother Crip Mac just got out of jail. I was like, oh, look at it. Now keep it real nifty on 50s. Shout out to my brother Dreadful Yogi. Peace to the gang. What's the word? What's the skinny? What's the skinny? Yeah, that system in order is serious. Y'all make sure y'all go watch Cosmo Cal video he just did. It's called Why Lie. Boy, he made AI punk out. AI tapped out on the brother today and straight said that it was lying. Huh? That it was lying. I say, dang, dog. It ain't got ugly in these streets. Negroes depending on AI, you know, it can be used for some good things for sure. But man, the way he busted it out today, it's getting ugly, man. You know what I mean? It's getting real ugly out here. Oh, wait. Clear system in order. You're right. Good Lord. Let's get back to this. What is the redemption plan? Matter of fact, let me stop this and share the wisdom color. Y'all getting some understanding in this deal? We getting some understanding in the place to be? Man, I don't know. They be kind of scared of this hard life, man. You got scared, lip fumbling. I'm sure right there. Hold on, y'all. And get some understanding. We know about those that find themselves in the resurrection process of the Almighty. Let's get into what happened for those that's doing evil. What you talking about? Yeah. Negroes ain't talking about nothing. Ain't nothing. Look, it ain't nothing to debate. They already know. Look, man, what we did has never been done in the conscious community, ever. Men have dropped their flags. Men have changed their names, slapped the wig off their women's. It got serious. Men retired. It's the whole debate leagues have been shut down. Yeah. What is the redemption plan for the spirits of those who do evil and are bound to atmosphere? OSP Book of S 17, verse 17 through 21. Shout out to my brother Daryl Cosmo, man. This is one of his documents that he put together. I was reading through it after talking to some of my loved ones earlier and was like, you know what? Daryl explained the whole system and order very, very clear, precise, and thorough. You know, all us share our information. Me, Cal, Daryl, and C-Live. Like, it ain't nothing. Like, whatever document we type up, we add each other to it. And that way brothers can always go back to it and chop it up with it. You know what I mean? So shout out to my brother Daryl Cosmo. This is actually his document that he put together. And man, serious business. Look at this right here. It says, for whoever takes from our people for his own glory or dominion shall render to me the just value. Whoever engages in war, leads in war, or is a captain to Zoryak, or a general, Yohana, and causes the death of any whom I created alive, he shall not arise to inherit my emancipated heavens. As long as there remains war upon the earth. Good night. Good night. That means all them niggas from time past all the way up to now are still heard. They are wandering spirits bound to the earth in all these different regions of the earth. Well, a gang of blood been shed. Wars have been fought. You know, as long as wars on the earth, these cats are right here. All your General Robert E. Lee, Confederate Army, your Genghis Khan, your Adolf Hitlers, Leopold, Mao Tse-tung, Kim Mentally Young Ill, what's that boy, Saddam Insane, Osama Bin Laden, Donald Trump, like, all the like. Whoever engages in war or leads in war or is a captain or a general custard, and causes the death of any whom I created alive, he shall not rise to inherit my emancipated heavens. As long as there remains war upon the earth, he shall toil in the lowest heavens of the earth to educate and raise up its drujas, which shall be his labor. Boy, you bound. And if you want to look, if you want to reverse any of that war, any of that warfare, any of that blood that you shed in this earth, you gotta labor and educate. You gotta labor with and educate the lowest demons, and bring them into an understanding of who the creator is and how you should have never been engaged in war and spilling blood. And to that, you're stuck toiling in the lowest heavens, or guess what? You're a wandering spirit in this earth. Lowest heavens is right here on the earth. Yeah. Your Robert E. Lees, your Adolf Hitlers, your Vladimir Putins, and all the like, y'all, and all the like. As long as war remains upon the earth, all your Roman legions, your Alexander the Creeps, hell, even going back to your boy, what's your boy name? And Kemet chopping heads off, Normer, man, all them cats that ever engaged in warfare is still right here. And guess what? It ain't God coming up to clean up your mess. You got to clean it up. You spilled it. You clean it up. You young brothers in the streets putting that pistol on it. You got to clean that up. When you cross over, you got to labor with and educate the lowest of demons. That's your toil and labor, player. You was the one sending premature birth spirits into the afterworld, the spirit world, killing them. And whoever has great riches and many servants, his resurrection shall be no faster than the resurrection of those who served him. Good night. Now they go for slave master, Master Crenshaw. Oh, Master Johnson. All your British lords and dukes and, the dukes of Teeman and, your czars of Russia and, all your, he telling you right now, and whoever has great riches and many slaves, his resurrection shall be no faster than the resurrection of those who served him. Here you go thinking old Master Crenshaw was a good old white European evangelical Christian. Member of the KKK or whatever the hell. Nah, buddy, you right here. You ain't going nowhere. Don't work like that. You don't get to bring all type of torment and hell poured out upon the people and think you just finna go gadget and get up out of here and just float into the kingdom of Jesus. Float into the kingdom of heaven and ain't got to take no responsibility of all the castration, the murder, the raping, the buck breaking. Okay, look at it. And whoever has great riches and yet no servants, but lives for himself, selfish, you shall apportion his place in the first resurrection, even according to the good he might have done. And he obeyed my commandments, and he shall do in heaven what he neglected to do on earth. And he shall not rise in my emancipated heavens until he has appropriated according to that which I gave him into his keeping. You rich cats, you may not have no slaves or whatever, right? But you ain't doing nothing to further. You got the resources, but you ain't doing nothing to further the creator's kingdom. Guess what? Look what it says. Had he obeyed my commandments, he shall do in heaven what he neglected to do on earth. And he shall not rise in my emancipated heavens until he has appropriated according to that which I gave him into his keeping. If the creator bless you with a tremendous amount of resources, he did that so you can help further and push the kingdom of heaven and making it a reality on this earth. You're not doing that with your resources and riches. You shall not rise into his emancipated heavens until you handle your business. You dig? And trip out this, in the spirit world, your big head Ben Franklins don't stand. Now you got to get done everything you said you was going to get done when you had them resources and that money on that chili. You out there getting your chili, right? Everything you said you was going to do with that chili when you got it, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. So now you done crossed over in the spirit world, right? And everything you said that you was going to get done, now you got to get done. But it's just one thing. Your big head blue $100 bill, Ben Franklin's don't spend over there. So now you got to get everything done by, cultivating your spirit and using your spirit and your desire and your willpower to get it done. Look, don't be somebody that got a hold of all these resources and you ain't did nothing to make the kingdom of the creator a reality in this earth. Don't worry about it. We're going to show you what the real ones do with it. It's on the way for us. We're going to show you what the real ones do with it. See? Watch this. God said, the words that come out of man's mouth, even though they profess prayers and repentance, are of little help before the creator. You hear that? The words that come out of man's mouth, even though they profess prayers and repentance, are of little help before the creator. But the words that come out of good works done to others to raise them up are like the sound of a trumpet that reaches beyond the stars. What is you talking about? Same book, chapter 1, verse 36. The bondage of kings, queens, emperors, rich men, and leaders of men shall be with them in the heavens of this earth. until they have undone the tyranny they had over others. Their heaven shall be without liberty to them. Those whom they sought to lead on earth, they shall lead in heaven. Neither shall there be exalted resurrection for them until the lowest of their slaves have risen before them. So your whore queen of England, who died a couple years ago, her still right here. She's still right here. And her resurrection until, trip off this, say, neither shall there be exalted resurrection for the queen until the lowest of her subjects. And the British Empire ruled over all types of, it ruled over Australia, Canada, the States, China at one time, India, Saudi Arabia. Ain't no resurrection for you until the lowest of your subjects have risen, graduated, or resurrected before you. You want to be a king or a queen? You show up. Good Lord, look at this. Redemption for false gods. Here we go. OSB, Book of Leka, chapter 8, 16 through 18. Nor from this time forward on earth, for 3,000 years shall man be confined to the one name. Jehovah, Eolin, or Eloi, or Eloe, but worship God or Lord or Dias or Zeus or Dias or Jas or Hojas. For since these men have cast themselves into hells, behold, the spirits of the risen shall not find them or their kingdoms. And you shall magnify the mortals that all names worshipful belong to the ever-present, whose person is the spirit and substance of all things. And if they inquire of you who is Dias, or who is God, or who is Jos, you shall say, has he not said, behold, I am the creator of heaven and earth. And I say to you, he is the ever-present, the all-highest ideal. Yeah. So what you have is false gods stealing the names of those who came before them and just changing the doctrine that was taught. You dig? And that way they don't got to labor to raise up their own name. They'll just take the name of Jehovah, for instance, and attach it to a false-ass god and switch up the doctrine. So now our mortals here is the same name that was righteous, or it's the same name that used to have righteous deeds attached to it. You did, but it's actually a false god. Pump faking. You see? That's why the character of the creator is important, right? No matter what name these niggas calling on, or what a thing look like, or if it can do a miracle. You need to be listening for the message and looking for the behavior. You did? Look at this. But this bondage shall come upon them to reap the harvest they have sown. Because one has said, build a pyramid. Your God will come and abide in it. Even as a man dwells in a house, he should be bound while the pyramid stands. Dang, boy, how long that Giza pyramid on the Giza plateau been standing? Them 3 pyramids? Good night. And where another has said, behold, your God or creator is in the image of a man, and he sits on a throne in heaven. He shall be bound while this belief survives on the earth. Ooh-wee, y'all. Ooh-wee. And that's every deity, from biblical God to the Canaanite gods, down to the Cometian, the Egyptian god. All of them are sitting on thrones. Even your goddesses, Ashtaroth and Ishtar, they all sitting on thrones in the form and figure of men, mortals. And you think this is the creator? Nah. Now the creator is ever present. He's not localized. You're restricted to a certain space and place, such as a chair. I'm sitting in a chair right now. While this belief survives on earth, he shall be bound. Dang. Because they have sown a falsehood on the earth. You're talking about these false gods that you've been worshiping, that mankind has been worshiping. They have sown a falsehood on the earth. The harvest is theirs. And until they have reaped their whole harvest, they shall not rise into my Etherean worlds. Is there an end game for those who progress in Ethereum? Is there an end game for those who progress in Ethereum? No. There is no end game. Look at this, man. Look how powerful this is, man. Look how powerful this is. Is there an end game? Nah, brother. I don't want it up with forever. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. This is one of them ones that really, you know what I mean, that really pop your top, to be honest with you. Jehovah has said, even as I provided a little labor for mortals to develop the talents I created with them, so similarly and after the same light, but spiritually, I provided greater labor to the high risen inhabitants in my Etherean worlds. So the labor that you got in the earth, the skill that you develop and perfect that, no matter what it is you're doing. Now, shout out some brothers are contractors. You know what I mean? I heard building and rehabbing houses, and I perfect that because there's more building, there's more advanced training and all that in the heavens where you go in the spirit world. Your talents actually follow you. So whatever skill you have in this earth, it may be administration. You know what I mean? It may be contracting. It may be whatever it may be. Whatever skill it is that you have that you are good at, perfect that. You dig? Because that follows you when you cross over. But spiritually, I provided greater labor to the high risen inhabitants in my Etherean worlds. For which reason, let my children learn the secret of harmonious and united labor with one another. You see, no matter what it is, especially with the CGG, no matter what's going on, you dig? Like say Deshaun LaFay got something going on. Or Keela Olam, or one of our Imams, or one of the bros got something going on. Whatever problem that is, that's our problem. Look what it says. It says, let my children learn the secret of harmonious and united labor with one another. Because in the higher heavens, when an order go out to get something built or get something done, it's all one concentrated force. They all work together. They all work together. You see that? They all work together to get it done. It ain't, you know what I mean, an isolated event. It's millions of angels that concentrate on one goal and getting it done. All right? So we're supposed to mimic that while we in this earth. You know what I mean? We a unit. We're supposed to move as a unit. And we got a lot of things coming, you know, if you down with the game, we got a lot of things coming down the pipe to where that all that is soon be a reality for us. You dig? And hey, y'all, it's gonna be time to get it. Look up one day, it's gonna be like, hey, we all over at this resort for the next month. Of course, we're gonna enjoy ourselves, but we up every morning, you know what I mean? And we're gonna go ahead and map this thing on out on what we gonna do as a united front, a united body of faithers. You dig? You know, I ain't worried about it, the resort and all that paid for, the flights and all that. Let's just get to where we going, and let's go ahead and look, we gonna enjoy ourselves, but look, we gotta get to our business. Get up in the morning, we get to our business. You know what I mean? We gotta appoint everybody in certain departments. And, you know what I mean? What's on the list first? Getting this land, getting the supplies, the equipment, whatever it is that we doing. You dig? You gotta map it out. Oh, eventually, you know, hey, you're gonna be getting the call. Hey, this is where we at. You know what I mean? For the next 2 weeks. Don't even worry about it. It's all paid for. You know what I mean? Flights, everything. Just bring your ass. Come on. You dig? We got a lot to talk about and a lot to put into action. You dig? Look at it. Look what it say. It said, let my children learn the secret of harmonious and united labor with one another. I gave labor to man, not as a hardship. I hate working with my hand. Not as a hardship, but as a means of great rejoicing. Right? You work from the sweat of your brow. That ain't a bad thing. Labor wasn't given to you as a hardship, as a means of great rejoicing, because you continue to labor when you cross over. You continue to educate and rise up and become more advanced. And this is a beautiful message, man. It's a beautiful message. You did. Look at this. For the talents I gave on corporate or this physical reality, I gave not to die on corporate. See the skill that you have? He didn't get it for you. He didn't give that to you in the flesh for it to die once you give up the spirit or the ghost. Your physical body drop. Your talents don't drop with your physical body. They attach to you and follow you. See that? For the talents I gave on corporate, I gave not to die on corporate, but to continue on forever. As I gave talent for corporeal mathematics. Some cats are mathematicians and engineers. And talent for building physical structures. Yes, a talent for all things on corporeal worlds. Even so have I provided in my Etherean world. So as above, so below, right? It's brothers that got talents in building great structures. And it's other brothers and sisters who are mathematicians. And you know what I mean? Work with NASA and all that. It say right here, just like you got talents in this physical reality of yours, even so have I provided in my Etherean worlds for the same talents, but spiritually. Man, if y'all don't leave me alone, boy, you mean to tell me you got a better system in order than what we've been going over? You mean to tell me this? In which man on the physical corporeal earth, judging the adaptability of talent to corporeal things, may comprehend the nature of the labors I provide in my exalted heavens for the same talents, man. Like whatever skills you got, man, get up and get to them every day, but carry yourself with a sense of joy. Say, dang, I'm gonna be doing this. I'm gonna be doing something like this when I cross over. You dig? Like perfect yourself, man. Feel good about doing what you do. Feel good about it. That in some aspect you're gonna be doing when you cross over. Plus many more things. Look at this. Neither let any man fear that his talents may become too exalted. You start thinking, I'm the coldest thing nigga the creator ever breathed on. Neither let any man fear that his talents may become too exalted for the work I have provided. Look at this. For until he has created a firmament and created suns and stars to fill it, he has not half fulfilled. He has not half fulfilled his destiny. Good night, boy. What the hell are we even arguing about? Ain't now one of us created a firmament. Ain't now one of us created suns and stars to fill that firmament. Until that's a reality for you, you have not fulfilled half your destiny. Good night, boy. Good night. Trip off this. We got so look, listen to me. We got so much to go through and see and witness, and ain't none of us even half fulfilled our destiny yet. Why is that, Malachi? Because ain't damn one of us. And if you know somebody, point them out then. But ain't damn one of us created a firmament, created suns and stars to fill that firmament until that's a reality for you and a reality for us. Guess what? We ain't even halfway to fulfilling our destiny. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop, boy. Good night, good night, good night. Chapter 18, Judgment. God judges religions of the world's people. Other notes. Matter of fact, you know what? Watch this too. Look, that's a good one right there. Let me get to that. Let me get into that witness call. I'm gonna pull something else up too. I'm gonna go. I gotta witness that one right there. You know what I mean? We gotta witness that one, player. Dang, I got a second. I got a precept for precepts. Got a precept for that. Good night, boy. I'm telling you, boy, this old boy. I'm telling thou. I'm telling thou. Good night. Good Lord. Here you go, right here. This right here is the book of Fergopity. OSP. Body blow. Body blow. Let me show y'all some more. We just read in the book of Leviticus 3, 12 through 14, that until you didn't create a firmament and created a sun and created suns and stars to fill that firmament, you ain't even fulfilled half your destiny. That's all us. Look, y'all, so that means it shouldn't even be no competition around here. Everything at your own pace. This is your life at your own pace. Huh? Now we're gonna go to another book in a while, speak called the book of Fergapity. Shout out to the brother Fergapity. He was a high-raised angel, a brother. You know what I mean? You start getting into these higher books, it go into like the breakdown of the heavens. You're gonna really get your mind blown. Get your mind blown. Look what it say. Look what it say right here. This say, onward move the float, the fire ship, with its 10 million joyous souls. What? You mean to tell me they done built a fire ship, what you would call a chariot of God, that hold 10 million souls? Man, that deal mess around and be larger than a continent. What is you talking about? What kind of vehicle or ship you know that can hold 10 million souls? Onward move the float, the fire ship, with its 10 million joyous souls, now nearing the borders of Haru, the boundary of Fergapity's honor regions, where he was known for hundreds of thousands of years and for his work on many worlds. Now this is a high-raised angel of God, but not the creator, a son of the creator. He was known for hundreds of thousands of years and for his work on many worlds. It ain't just the earth sitting still as a frisbee. Here we can Savorcum, which is the roadway of your solar system, near the post of Dan, where 500 million Ethereans were quartered. So there's a certain region in Ethereum where, you know, they skip up on Earth, and it's 500 million Ethereans living right here. Quartered, accommodated on a vessel. They all lived on the ship. 500 million? True about this. On a voyage of exploration of more than 4 million years. You mean to tell me you got 500 million Ethereans that's been on a voyage through the creator's Etherean world, y'all, for 4 million years? Rich, stored with the glories of great Jehovah's universe. Not even the universe is a creation. You see that? Great Jehovah's universe. Their Kualu. That's the name of their ship. I want to ride one of them deals. Their Kualu. Their ship was almost like a world. So vast and stored with all resources, appurtenances. They talk of going home. Their pilots have been coursing the firmament since long before the earth was made. Do y'all hear this? Look at this. It says, and knew more than 1 million roadways in the Etherean world. They know all the cuts, know all the back streets, know all the highways. And knew more than 1 million roadways in the Etherean worlds, and were best to travel to witness the grandest contrasting scenes. By their invitation, Fergapity halted here for a while. So the 500 million, you know what I mean? 500 million Ethereans, like, hey man, look, y'all chill on out. It's 10 million of y'all, it's 500 million of us. We've been on a trip for 4 million years. Our pilots been coursing this firmament long before. We know all the back streets, the cuts, the highways. Our pilots been coursing this deal long before the earth was even made. Y'all chill right here for a second, man. You dig? So this is 500 million Ethereans telling 10 million that will Fergapity. Look, chill right here for a minute. Y'all relax. Look at it. By their invitation, Fergapity halted here a while, and the host interchanged their love and discourse on their purposes, rejoicing in the glories of the Creator's everlasting kingdoms with an S. So Zaryak didn't even know there was more than one kingdom. You think it's one kingdom. I'm like, bro, yeah. This is getting remedial. Okay? Like you gotta be lower than snail nuts to believe it's just the earth. And that the earth ain't even moving. Well, who told you that? No. Who told you that? And though they had lived so long and seen so much, everyone had new and wondrous works to tell of. For so great, listen to this, y'all. For so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit. Look at this. Now remember, they've been on this journey for 4 million years. And it's 500 million of them. And all they doing is talking about the wondrous works of the Creator and his everlasting kingdoms. For so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit that never twice alike will one find the scenes in the Etherean worlds. You mean to tell me after 4 million years and over 1 million roadways, and there's been 500 million of them coursing this firmament, you mean to tell me they never saw the same thing twice? For so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit that never twice alike will one find the scenes in the Etherean worlds. If y'all don't leave me alone, you ain't never heard nothing like this. Look at this. But radiant, each different, all moving into everlasting changes. Look at this. As if each one were to outdo the former in beauty and magnificence. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop. I don't know what else to tell you. You see how powerful the inventive power of the Creator is? You never saw the same thing twice, and they've been on a voyage of 4 million years, and there's 500 million of them, and they've coursed over 1 million roadways. And the inventive power of the Great Spirit is so powerful that they never saw the same thing twice. And true about this, the very next unfolding second was always greater than what they just saw. Y'all better leave me alone. You ain't never heard nothing like this. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, man. Man, look, man, it get real. It get real, what they call tricky out here. Let me share this with y'all too. Let me share a little bit of this with y'all before we get out of here, man. Okay, we good. Ain't number 3 hours. Ain't number 3 hours right now. A little taste. Easy money, you dig? This is what the Creator Gang does. We do this. Somebody better tell these young boys that we do this. Yeah, these boys play ball. Hey, see like cow there. You see why we get avoided like the plague, don't you? You see why young brother Prince boy get blocked by Sinetta and Tazar Yak monkey ass. And what you say, D-Lock? Imagine waking up in the spirit world and seeing people from the 1800s, 1700s still stuck in that time zone. Man, you know, you wake up in the spirit world and see Nick Rose. You see a slave owner sipping mint juleps with platform shoes on and stockings, putting rouge on, man, putting on wigs. Man, listen to me, bro. I wouldn't know what to think. Man, they done woke up in the spirit world. You see a slave master sipping mint juleps with a blouse on, with some rouge on, with some platform shoes and some skinny pants. Man, I'm just saying, bro. Like, yeah, Prince been look, and then on top of that, man, Tazar, y'all been getting beat up by all these Christians too, man. It's You know, it get real tricky up in here, man. You dig? Let me stop sharing this real quick. Now let's look at some of the character of the creator, right? We got about another hour, maybe some 30 minutes, and we get up out of here. If y'all get some understanding, you know what I mean? Y'all drop a vortex in the chat, man. Y'all know how we do. Still cooking. It's been about a month since I've been on. Hey, life be life, you know. Yeah, life be life, and life is brutal, boy. Sink or swim. Sink or swim. Let me share this real quick. But the credit is truly marvelous, I'll tell you that. Ain't no complaints over this way. Nam. All right, this real quick. The Dreadful Yogi show is in the building. When y'all first whatchamacallit, man. Y'all first episode. You know, I'm supporting this deal. Mama Harya is in the building. All right, hold on. Show y'all something real quick. It's something I put together a while back. Dealing with the character of the creator. You know what I mean? Dealing with the character of the creator. Oh, wait. What is the character? Malaki is your God and idol. What does omnipotent mean? Omnipotent, one who has unlimited power or authority. One who's omnipotent. So you claim you worshiping who you calling God or your Lord or whatever. I'm pretty sure we will all agree that who you call God is omnipotent, correct? When you agree with that? Watch this. What about omniscient, possessed of universal or complete knowledge? Shouldn't who you calling God know all? Or in other words, shouldn't who you call God be all powerful, all knowledge? What is omnipresent or ever present? Present in all places at the same time, fills all space and place, ever present. So make it make sense. Shouldn't whatever you worship, shouldn't it be all powerful? Shouldn't it know everything? And shouldn't it fill all space and place? Yeah, makes sense. You ain't heard nothing evil. We're not watering the creator down to be accepted by a few misfortunates, a few misfits. Nah, not at all. Invisible / unseen. See that? Incapable by nature of being seen, not perceptible by vision. Dang, son. Dang, son. Look, even in Bible, look what Yahshua say. No man have seen God at any time. Let's say at any time. Now you got to go back to your stories. One brother wrestled with God and won the wrestling match. Another brother saw the hindquarters of God. Another brother claimed he ate with God. And, you know, they chopped up some bullocks and they ate before the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. You got people who say they saw God or the Lord, Yahweh, sitting on the throne. That's in Isaiah. You got Ezekiel saying he saw the Lord high, lifted up. You got plenty of men who claim they've seen who you calling the Father, right? Who you assume to be the creator of all. Many people in the Bible have claimed they actually saw him, ate with him. But here come Yahshua telling you, no man have seen God at any time. You got brothers that be like, oh, he was just talking to the people of that time. No, that says at any time. I agree with that. Ain't nobody ever seen the creator, ever. The highest raised angel can't comprehend the creator in its entirety. Nah, you ain't never seen the creator, because guess what? You already know Negro gonna throw an afro on him, make him look like he's your camp leader, and get your kneecaps dusty bowing. You can't draw an image of the creator. Creator's never been seen. See that? And that's right in your Bible. So before you got a problem with a WASP, you already compromised in Bible. We're saying the creator is not in the form and figure of any man, any woman, any animal, or any angel. How about that? But that goes against the narrative of what you've been taught. You've been taught that man was made in God's image. God can't be the creator. The creator's never been seen. So there is no image you can draw of creator. The creator's never been seen. Even who you call Jesus said right here in John 1:18. No man have seen God at any time. John 5:37. And the Father himself, which have sent me, have borne witness of me. You have neither heard his voice. Oh, hold on. What's going on? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Somebody got scared. Hold on. What happened? Oh, no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't ever bring scared business. Hold on. That deal straight disappeared. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. Let me stop this, y'all. Please forgive your brother a quick second. Hold on. Let me find this. Nah. We can't let that go. Hold on 1 second. Nah, we got to get you back. Nah. Hold on. Don't you ever bring scared business. Don't you ever bring scared business. Okay, hold on. Y'all got me messed up. Where that deal go? Where that deal go? That show ain't moving. That deal slid clean up off the screen. You feel me? Okay, watch out. Let's move you out the way too. Y'all bear with your brother for a minute. That was weak. That was weak. That deal straight slid clean off the screen, Bronze. Hold on. No, Bronze probably trying to get on me about my computer. Mally, you still ain't Hold on, player. I got you. I got to pull that back up. Dang. No word, Wally Beninian, son. He's trying to bring the Ilmac 90 on me, son. This deal. This deal tripping. Dang. Got me messed up. Hold on. Move this up. There you go, Bane. All right. Now you think you just slid off on me, huh? What's this right here? We can exit out of that. Bane. Hold on. Let me turn some music on while I find this, y'all. Hold on. Y'all entertain a little taste. Got me messed up. Let's take find this video. Man, that was crazy. That was hella weird. I'm messed up. Yeah, you gotta come on. Over the trip. Let me get that. Let me get that about you. Bang. You think it's a game? What you think we playing? Alright. Put that right there. And then I need to look this up right now. Show y'all some of this education. Oh yeah, y'all finna be geeked off this. We talking about what happens after death and all that. We got the whole layout for you. Pull that up too. It's a game. You know what I mean? Basics. Basics. You feel me? Basics. If you get some understanding, y'all drop a 6,000 in the chat. Let's go ahead and get back to this real quick. A little taste. We can go a little while longer, man. Then we go ahead and get on up out of here. Yeah. Boy, what's that? Hold on 1 second, man. I see y'all in the building. Jay. All right, man. Do this real quick. Share screen. Entire screen. Vrah! Create a game, boy. All right, let me get this back. They thought they'd count me out real quick, huh? I show this too while we here. Then we get back to that, cause I just want to show y'all, watch, we got a lot to offer, man. Like people be acting like, what we gonna be doing when we get, man, look, this right here is a blow by blow. This is the first resurrection education and the second resurrection education. Dealing with the departments, how many years you gonna be training and all that. You know what I mean? Spirit Basics 101. And look, this information is what we've been trying to, trying to get the conscious community. Come on outside and debate this then. What's your system in order for the spirits of the dead who die and cross over? What happens with them? What's your understanding and spiritual system for the spirits who are born and slain in war? What about those who are slain in infancy? Whether it was, miscarriages or abortions, or like, what's the system in order? What's the process of restoring these spirits? Putting them on the right path. Do you have any answers? Or is it still, I don't know? I don't know. Well, right over to the left, you got your first resurrection education. You're an SCN for 2 years, a newborn spirit. Next, for the next 2 years, you're an entered apprentice. After that, after you are entered apprentice, you become a craftsman for 7 years. Then a nurse assistant to the ASAP for 3 years. Then an assistant to the physicians for 10 years. Become a nurse for 10 years. A physician for 50 years. An entered factor for 12 years. A food transporter for 12 years. Large bodies transporter for 12 years. Creative, 30 years. Ooze learner, 12 years. Enter college, 40 years. Enter architecture. See, you still building and all that. Your skills follow you. Enter architecture, 8 years. Judgment seat and throne builder. Wow. 18 years. Enter school of light and darkness, 70 years. Heavenly boats and ships, propeller and builder. That's why I was asking, who built the ships? You do. That's part of your education and training when you cross over. You spend 24 years doing that. And then you become an atmosphere and earth travel for 50 years. The total years of education for the first resurrection is 372 years. So you can kind of gauge where your loved, how many years ago your loved ones died. You kind of gauge where they at. You know what I mean? Granny died like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? If she's in the resurrection, if she started her resurrection process with the Creator, this is about where she at. She up in her 10, 14. She up in her somewhere. Maybe assistant to the physicians by now. You know what I mean? And then we got the second resurrection education. Apprentice Louise, 200 years. Louise are the group of angels that inspire your great-grandfather and great-grandmother to get together so you can be birthed today. Yeah. Like masters of generations. Spiritual geneticists. They're the angels that inspired certain mortals to come together. You know what I mean? To give birth to certain of those on down the line, particularly you and me. You become a guardian angel for 133 years, an ASAP for 66 years, enter the chapter of the primary soul, a messenger for 100 years, a marshal for 200 years, and then finally a lord for a total of 699 years. So in essence, it takes 1,071 years to become a lord. And a lord is the lowest ranking God in the heaven, in the fathers or the creator's heavenly kingdoms. A lord is the lowest ranking of all the gods. You ain't even became a lord god yet or a god. And it takes over 1,000 years to hold the title of a lord once you cross over. See that? Look at all the education you got to go through. Look at all that. All this is in Owaski, the Book of Sky of the Spirit, all of it. So we know what you're going to be doing. I mean, at least we got the blueprint. I mean, regardless if you accept it or not, at least you're aware of it now. It ain't like you can go read, lick your fingers and flip through the Quran and find this. Or lick your finger. The Quran promised you 70 virgins and all the goat milk you can drink. You get to have your way with 70 virgins, little girls, and all the goat milk that will suffice thou. Bible tell you about New Jerusalem coming down, which is a golden box, which is no bigger than the Midwest of the United States right now. And surrounding it are whoremongers, which is a male prostitute. Men with assless chaps on. And all types of other, workers of darkness. But really ain't like they giving you like what happens after you die and the whole system in order, the education, the training. You don't get none of that, man. You don't get none of that. You don't get none of that. It's really vague. I don't know. But Owaski over here giving you the whole rundown. The education, the training. You know what I mean? What you gonna be doing? Good night, boy. See that? And then even for those who are, non-faithers, those who ain't even, what I mean? They become an Assyrian for 6 years. Apprentice manufacturing and general labor for 12 years. Enter school for 30 years. They learn how to restore, how to nurse and care for demons, drudges for 30 years. College of creation for 50, and then a bridegroom on. And then they learn. Like after that, if they don't believe in the creator, they just emancipated to wonder and travel. You know what I mean? But out of this right here, usually the false gods rise up out of this right here. Out of this order right here, those who say those people die, but they don't have the same conviction that we have dealing with the creator. They're non-faithers. They ain't, whatever. So it's even education for them. You dig? But usually after they go through all this, you can't help but you know what I mean, get the creator his props and join his movement. But if you choose not to, usually the false gods rise out of this order right here. They refuse to acknowledge the creator, his all person, his all power, his all knowledge, his ever presence. You know what I mean? And this is after they even got a chance to get some type of education once they cross over. Usually the false gods come out of this order right here. See that? You see dots? Dang, son. Dang, son. I want to show this again. You see? Know what it say right here. John 5:37. And the Father himself, which have sent me, have borne witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time. At any time. Nor seen his shape. So the New Testament is telling you in certain spots that who Yahshua was calling his father, he plainly said ain't nobody ever saw him ever. You ain't heard his voice either, nor have you saw his shape, meaning his form. Well, that's crazy because it's all stories of people claiming they saw him. See that? Oh, wait. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's look at this right here. This is that book of discipline. Yeah, this is ugly. Well, hold on. I might have to go over this book of light first. Good Lord. Let's hit this book of light. Orenothin. Orenothin, O-I-S-P. These are the words of Orenothin: by your light and dominion, O Creator, peace and goodwill to all men, with faith in you and forbearance toward one another for your glory. Oh, wait, look at this. What it say? It say, I do not come to abridge liberty, but to give it more of it to you with love and wisdom, so that the resurrection of men becomes established on earth as it is in heaven. Oh, wait. He whom you worship under diverse names, placing him far away, I declare to you his actual presence. Y'all heard this? I declare to you his actual presence, and I accord to you much praise and thanks if you worship in truth, fulfilling his commandments, acknowledging there is only one God or creator, even Jehovah, the creator. You see that? He said you worship him under different names, but you put him far away. Our job is to declare his presence to you. The creator is not far away from thou. Look at this. Whether you say Brahma, or Buddha, or Christ, or Allah, doing so in reverence to the Almighty, our creator, practicing good works with all your wisdom and strength. Even so do I proclaim your good deeds in heaven. You see that? So, creator really tripping off the name you saying. It's all about practicing good works with all your wisdom and strength. And if that's the case, you're being proclaimed. Your good deeds are being proclaimed in the heavens. For all of these saviors, gods, and religions are the Father's buildings to bring his children to ultimate resurrection for joy and glory within his kingdom. So no matter what spiritual system you find yourself a part of, they are stepping stones to bring you to a higher reality of who the creator is. Right? So we all family. Ain't no reason to be angry. It's just we come outside and debate it when cats get to popping it like we some chumps or something. Like we ain't standing on what it is we saying. No, we'll debate this and trip off this. Remove the head off your God at the same time. Yeah. We ain't the soft type. Now, you want to play ball, we gonna play ball. Like it look rip. It did, but look, it really ain't nothing to debate about. It ain't. Look at trip out there. Therefore, I did not come to take from you any of your gods or saviors, nor to abridge your field for practicing righteousness, but rather to show you a greater glory in comprehending all of them in the plan of the Almighty. to reach the different peoples in all parts of the earth, pleading with you to be charitable to one another and more comprehensive in your judgment, putting away egotism and professing among yourselves that such of you alone were the favorite of the Creator. First, then, his living presence, I declare to you that he is now, always was, and ever shall be present in all places, worlds without what end? Worlds without end. You see this? Worlds without end. Good night, boy. Look at this word. It says, doing by virtue of his presence, quickening into life and moving all things onward to a wise and definite purpose, whose presence is everywhere and boundless, that all the living are his sons and daughters, that none are his orphans, but all have a father. Part and parcel of your flesh and spirit is he, even the Creator. Good night, boy. Look at this. Look at this. And to whose harmony you are like keys to one instrument, with whom you can become as one by practicing his commandments. That only in this way is there peace and happiness to any person on earth or angel in heaven. Second, this also I declare to you, that if you have put the Father far away, saying such as there is a divine law, or there is a natural law, this shows you do not comprehend the living presence of Jehovah, but profane him and his works. You hear a lot of people today talk about divine law and natural law. You ain't doing nothing but denying the presence of the Creator. Ain't no divine law or natural law. It crack because the Creator's presence is everywhere. That's what that is. For there is no divine law, nor is there a natural law, but all good things are accomplished by the living presence of the Creator. Good night, boy. Now see this? Things commonly called evil being done by striving to go against them. So what's evil? Evil happens and evil is done by those who fight to go against the Creator's order. That's when evil come in. I mean, like the Creator's using evil to get at you, like people say about their God. I create light and darkness, good and evil. No, evil happens and evil is being done when people fight to go against the order of the Almighty, the Creator. If y'all understand that, drop a 4,000. He's not creating evil to play with you. You see? Everything has free will and choice, including angels. Look at it, 19. Third, that the Creator, Jehovah, has not finished his creations and retired from his works. Really? That where you have said he tired or he rested from his works, you have let yourselves fall through errors of language into profanation of the Almighty. You profaning the Almighty with all that. What you mean he got tired and rested from all his works? The Creator has never stopped creating. What you talking about? Who told you that? No. Wrong again. Huh? You know why he's never rested from his works? For he is also master over all weariness, and is his own everlasting rest and unrest beyond the comprehension of mortals and angels. You can't even grasp your mind around that. He's the master over all weariness, all being tired and resting. What you saying? The Creator got morning breath? What you saying? He take Geritol naps? He getting long in the tooth? He go to sleep with his long drawers on? What are you saying? What do you mean? What do you mean he rested, ceased, and got tired from his works? What the Creator bones pop? Because he getting old and stiff? Nah, that ain't what that is. You have let yourselves fall through the errors of language into profaning the Almighty. Why? Because he's the master over all weariness. Don't be getting tired. And is his own everlasting rest and unrest. trip off this, and that's beyond your comprehension of mortals and angels. And he is forever bringing together, creating, and forever dissolving and dissipating worlds without end, illimitable in soul and spirit, forever quickening into life from his own parts, without loss or waste or lack of space, and without hindrance. Fourth, that the creator is the soul of all. And that you are like independent atoms. Is that an ATOMS? Independent atoms of his person. Now, y'all, this was written in 1881. The damn, they ain't know nothing about no atomic structures and atoms then. The electron wasn't even discovered till 1897. They ain't know nothing about no atoms in 1881. When? Corpuscles maybe, but they ain't talking about no atoms. You got Owaski mentioning atoms before they were even discovered. Calling us independent atoms of his person. Talking about the atomic structure and the building blocks of things. It sounds like quantum mechanics, quantum physics. This book is ahead of its time, man. And this is all before your Einstein and your Nikola Teslas and all them. This deal just mentioned atoms before atoms were even discovered. I'm going to let that sink in for a minute. Look at this. How then can any man say, behold, my people are the chosen of the Almighty? He has singled out my people to go forth and redeem the world. I proclaim all people his people. I say also go forth and redeem the world, but not with words only, nor by the sword, nor by armies of destroyers, but by peace and love and providing remedies for the poor, the afflicted, and the distressed. See that? God reveals who he is. Chapter 1, Book of Discipline, OSB. This is the word from the organic heaven. Hear the words of your God, oh man. I am your who? Brother. I am your God. It's telling you I'm your brother. I'm not the father. I'm your brother. I am your brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. So God is a one-time man, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven, profit in my wisdom and be admonished by my love. For as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you. See, you're going to be a big brother one day. For as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you, to rise also in time to come and look back to mortals. Call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. Look at that. God is who you become, not who you worship. God say one day you're going to be a big brother. And the job I do, you're going to be doing. You're going to be looking back to mortals and you're going to be inspiring them to rise up to the exalted heavens of our Father. Look what else God say. To the Creator, to Jehovah, all adoration and glory forever. So you got God praising the Creator. You ain't got that nowhere else. God is praising the Creator. Because God is a creation. God is not who you pray to. God is who you become. The Creator is who you pray to. Look what else God say about his Father, our Father, the Creator. All life, motion, power, and things seen and unseen are by and through him. Neither is there an angel in heaven so high, nor sufficiently wise to comprehend the Creator in his entirety, nor to see him as you see your fellow man. You can't look at the Creator like you look at a man. He's not in the image of his creation. Nor to see him as you see your fellow man. Why, Malachi? For he is within all, beyond and over all, being ever present in all places. Good night, boy. Good night. You can't fight against this. How you gonna argue against that? What you gonna say? He is not all powerful. He don't know all. He's not ever present. You can't argue against this. Doing by virtue of what? his presence. Wow, okay. It is. Quickening all the living, adorable above all things. As the sun is to the light of day, so is Jehovah to the understanding of all the living. Upon which to contemplate is the road of everlasting life, rising in wisdom, love, and power forever. Hear your God, O man. Hear your God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and Creator, God and Jehovah, are not the same one. Nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. God is who you become, not who you worship, man. God is not who you worship. God is who you become. Nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. Huh? Look at the glory of the Almighty. Look what's in store for thou. What's in store for you? Rise up, God. Rise up, Goddess. Rise up. Right? You see what's coming for you. The world can't see it. The world can't even receive this. You would think this would be breaking news. You know what I mean? Millions of views when we go live. The world can't receive it. As a kingdom on earth, as a king, and the king is nevertheless a mortal. So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. Bag drop. You what you mad? Acts 7 and 37 and 38, Acts 7 and 53. What got Stephen stoned was he said that was an angel that gave you niggas the 10 commandments. They stoned. God is an angel. An angel is a one-time man. Man, angel, and God are the same thing like water, ice, and vapor. Yet nevertheless, the kingdom of your God embraces all the heavens of the earth. And it is also so with all physical worlds and their atmospherian heavens. A God and organic heavens belonging to each and all of them. Organic meaning organized. Right? Therefore, I am like, look what God says. Therefore, I am like any other spirit of the dead, a one-time man upon the earth, even as you are this day, but one within the organic heavens of the earth. You see that? So God let it be known, I'm a man. I'm a one-time man. Huh? Images, man. So this is an image supposed to be of Jesus right here. What is an idol? Anything with form and figure that is worship. Huh? Anything with form and figure that is worship is an idol. Look at this right here. OSP. Degree of the golden chamber. What is an idol? Answer. Anything having form and figure that is worship. Revelation 1 and 14. His head and hers were white like wool, as white as snow. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like an fine brass, as if they what? Burned in a furnace. That's a depiction of Jesus. You get this image in your head based off the words you read. Right? An idol is an image, and an image is what forms in the reader's mind based off what he read or based off what he heard. Make no mistake about it, Jesus is an idol. And Jesus is worshiped today, especially amongst the Christians. Jesus then replaced his father. It's Israelites that worship Jesus too. And Daniel 7 and 9, I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garments was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. Ancient of Days, dealing with Daniel. Isaiah 6, look at this. In the year King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne. Verse 5, for my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. Look what Isaiah saw. See? In the form and figure of a man, an image, an idol. Remember, no man has ever seen the Creator for you to even draw a depiction of Creator. You see? You're dealing with Revelation, the throne room of God in Revelation. Huh? Well, it just ain't biblical. Right here, the judgment hall of Ma'at. Look at Osiris. He's green. In the form and figure of a man is sitting on a throne. No man has ever seen. So none of these are the creators. These are deities. These are false gods. These are false gods. And that's Osiris or Asar, right? In the image of a man. Can't be the creator. Look at El. Where you get Elohim from? The father of gods. In the form and figure of a man, what is he doing? Sitting on a throne, a box. Originally a what? A Canaanite deity. Good night, boy. Who else we got over here? Who else we got over here? Look who this is. Yahweh. This is from a coin, 4th century BC. See that? That's the ancient Hebrew. That's the Yod, Hey, and the Wah. You get Yahweh, or some say Yahweh. But this is Yahweh. He got a mullen. Look like he got a Kango on. Got that fro sticking out the back. And he's on a wing. He's on a chair with wings on it. And he's in the image of a man. Another idol, Yahweh. Look at Baal. Look at Baal. The form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. Look at swivel hip Ashtaroth or Astarte. In the form and figure of a woman, with her breasts is out, sitting on a throne. No, I ain't making this up. I ain't making none of this up, son. I think we making this up, son. Book of Owaspi, chapter 3, book of judgment. Start at verse 6. First, I charge you that whoever says God, God calls in vain. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods, lords, and saviors among mortals. What is past is past. From this time forward, whoever hears my word and the decree of my commandment and continues to make an idol of any name except the Great Spirit blasphemes his creator. But whoever cries out in fullness of heart saying, God, God, meaning by that, the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. And whoever says, Ormaz, meaning the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. And whoever calls any name in any language that signifies the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. But whoever says Brahma, Brahma, signifying a god, in the figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, ever-present, the creator. And whoever says Buddha, Buddha, signifying a god, in the figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. And whoever says Christ, Christ, signifying a God, come on now, in the figure and shape of a man, sitting upon a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the creator of all persons. And whoever calls on the name of any other man or angel, worshiping such as a god, is an idolater, an idolater in my sight. Good night, boy. Then we just see all these gods. Did we not see all these deities in the form and figure of a man? They all sitting on thrones, didn't we? Ashtaroth, Baal, Yahweh, El, Osiris, Yahweh again. Ain't that what we saying? We just read, if you saying any of these names and you mean a God in the form and figure of a man sitting on the throne, guess what? That's blasphemy. And El is where you get Elohim from. Israel, Raphael, Gabriel, get it from this nigga. He's a Canaanite deity. A God. That's how we know none of these are the creator. The creator is not in form and figure of any of his creation. None. You've been hoodwinked. You've been bamboozled. You dig? These false gods been playing us like a fiddle. And in this hour, it's time for you to, put your discernment cap on and stop watering down the creator and attaching attributes of these false demonic gods to your creator. Right? Because if you call on God and Lord, but you mean the ever-present creator, hey, fair ball, you good. If you get to talking about he a man, he look like a man, and his hair look like this, and he's sitting on the throne, and that's it. Now you're blaspheming. Now you're blaspheming. And all the false gods are in the form and figure of a man sitting on the throne. Hell, even Osiris is green. And he got on leggings, a bodysuit. You see? See that? It ain't hard, man. You just got to take yourself up out of it. You dig? Look at this. Judgment 3:17. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous than if they worship stone idols or graven images. And whoever says deity, and divinity, and divine law, natural law, or I judge to be in darkness. You hear this all the time, especially in the conscious community. It's darkness. For I proclaim my heavens open and the way of understanding clear. The Creator is ever present, and does by virtue of his presence and not by any law. Notice, if you hold an image in your mind about who is called God in the form and figure of a man sitting on the throne, it is idolatry and blasphemy against the ever-present Creator. The Great Spirit is everywhere at the same time and yet unseen, not in the form and figure of a man. Book of Judgment, chapter 20. Oh, I speak. Watch this. I'm going to jump down to where I want to hit. Right here. Right here. It says, for behold, verse 11, I have cast out all gods, lords and saviors on the earth and in the heavens of the earth. And when, notice what it say, and when the spirits of the dead come to you in sword, just saying, behold me, I am your savior. I am your Lord. I say to you, all such spirits are demons. So some of y'all done had visitations where you had a visitation from who you call Jesus. Like the one rapture Negro. I am 1,000,000% sure, brothers and sisters. The rapture of the church. You gave me your word. You spoke with me face to face, brothers and sisters. That was a demon, boy. That was a drudge, a druja, a demon. The angels of the Creator that come to you mob deep. They don't come as a single entity. You gave me your words. You spoke with me face to face. The rapture of the church, brothers and sisters. All such spirits are demons. I just heard that boy, that fruity boy Revelation X the other day. My Lord and Savior Jesus. Boy, you sound like you about to cry. All such are demons, druges. Look at this. Nevertheless, if you worship a God, O Lord, then let such be a role model to you. To cast your eyes into your own soul, to purify yourself in the sight of your Creator, whom you cannot doubt. So if you're worshiping the Lord or God, may they be a role model or an example, you dig, on how on what the Creator expects from those that follow him. You dig? Look at it. In that respect, it is no sin for you to worship any good ideal whom you shall emulate in your behavior. But there's always a but. Yet because of such worship, this you shall also prove, that whoever of the ancients was great, or whatever God was well known, that you set your soul on to love. Behold, familiar spirits will come to you to deceive you, professing to be that ancient or that God. Good night, boy. You spoke with me face to face. Whoever the ancients was great, or whatever God was well known, that you set your soul on to love. Behold, familiar spirits will come. They will come to you to deceive you, professing to be that ancient of their God. I'm your maker. I'm the creator. You bow, you stand before your maker. And he got the right amount of carbon, melanin in his skin. He got the right amount of nappy, woolly hair, gray hair. He got the whites of his eyes are red. His feet look like they've been burnt in a furnace. He got the voice of many waters. He tell you, you stand before Yahweh Shai. Man, your knees are going to be slapping like a naked newborn child. And you are going to get your kneecaps dusty bowing. And you don't even know this is a demon calling at you. And if you believe them, you believe these demons telling you that they the creator. And if you believe them, then this too you should prove. When you are dead, and your soul risen from the dead, behold, some deceiving spirit will come to you to use you. Nor shall you discover for a long season that you have been the dupe and slave of an unscrupulous master. See, we trying to free you from the spiritual plantation, right? The God's job is to capture your soul, to make you a slave so you can further augment and build up his kingdom when you get there. You worship Buddha, you're going to see him. And you're going to be a slave building up his kingdom. You worship Jesus, like Paul say, he's a slave to Christ. You're going to see him. You're going to see him, and you're going to be a slave worming on your belly and your wiener, building up his kingdom. For this day in the lower heavens, there are millions of false Brahmas, millions of false Buddhas, millions of false Christs. Do y'all hear this? And millions of false Gabriel gods, aka Allah. Good night. In the lower heavens, as you learned about today, it's millions of these false gods waiting on you. You want you an East Indian Jesus, or you want you a Nova Scotian Jesus? You want you a Bantu Negro from the Congo Jesus? Or you want you an Israelite Jesus that look like Ben Ami, or look like Nathaniel Ray? There are a billion of false God deceiving spirits waiting to capture you when you cross over. You ain't even made the distinction between the creator and these gods. Whoever binds himself to these names while on earth becomes a fit subject for demons, drudges to fall upon when he enters heaven. So they are your vocab Malones and your Tazar Yaks and your, look, they quoted and devoted. And guess what? They prime steak. They prime rib. Now got us another one. They prime rib when they cross over. They because they're so devoted to the deity that's false. They are a fit subject for demons to fall upon when they get there. Do not think that great wisdom comes suddenly by dying in your early entrance into the spirit world. You shall easily be deceived. These are those that worship the false gods. And our job is to free you from this. Better than that, what are you doing? Becomes a fit subject for drudges to fall upon when he enters heaven. Do not, hold on. No, I can't let you get away like that. Right here. For which reason you should school yourself every day of your life that your creator only is your God, and that you shall never see him as you see a man or an angel, but that you can see him every day in the glory of his works. Look at this. With this faith in your soul, you shall dive into heaven fearlessly, bow-legged in the shoulders when you die. And when a pretended God or Savior comes to you asking tribute, you shall know in truth that he is false. Ooh. Ooh, hey! Huh? Now, therefore, when you judge yourself to determine the balance of your good and evil deeds and your good and evil thoughts, let your Creator stand as the light of your soul. And through him judge yourself, but not as to your worship, but as to your works. Neither shall you judge yourself by any God, Lord, Savior, or other idol, nor by any man or woe man. For you yourself stand second to the Creator in your attributes. It is your responsibility to make a God of yourself in your behavior and in your words and deeds. Not worship. Look at this. Neither shall you judge yourself by any sacred book or any Bible in the entire world, nor by the words within them purporting to be my words, or the words of any God, Lord, or Savior. For I have abolished all such sacred books and Bibles and words and sayings contained in them, purporting to be my words and the Lord and the words of any God, Lord, or Savior. Neither shall you bind yourself by them, nor judge yourself by anything that is written or printed in them. But behold, I declare to you a greater glory and judge in their place, which is Jehovah, your Creator. Come on, man. You can't go wrong with the Almighty. By him and through him you shall judge and be judged. Books are imperfect. That's the problem. We worship books today. Books are perfect, but the Creator never. Good night, good night, good night. You dig? And then that goes into the Holy Bible and the throne of God and all that. Now, I just want to share that with the fam. Y'all already know. You know, we're getting back to the basics. Basics. Spirit Basics 101, man. You know what I mean? Spirit Basics 101. The system and order of the spirit world. Stop sharing that. Right here. Being. The big, what's your boy say? Tofu jeebus. Y'all over reclining, man. But yeah, y'all, I'm about to get up out of here. Number love, light, and all that good stuff in between, man. Big. Pray the gang still bombing. Y'all know how we do. Y'all got some understanding today. Man, drop a 20,000 in the chat, boy. 20 sounds good. I mean, tap in. Marvelous Macabee body oils. You know, of course, we got the holistic frankincense and myrrh and all that good stuff. If you want to get down, scrolling across the bottom of the screen right there. Big all praise to the great spirit, the creator, always was, is, and never shall be. Big Spirit Basics 101 is system and order of the spirit world, man. I pray you receive will. Everybody got some understanding. You know what I mean? And, you know, death is just another moment, man. Spend your time while you're doing good, grade up, you know, grades up. How you get your grades up, Malachi? By the righteous works you're doing up. Right, so stop dealing with each other, trying to be scandalous, trying to rob somebody, trying to get over. Like, be sincere and genuine with people, man. And in doing it, you get your grade up. Find out today that the most successful people are some of the most selfish people, which means they got the lowest spirits. My niggas, they're gonna be right here stuff. You're gonna be elevated. I mean, it's a great time to be one of us. You know what I mean? It's a great time to be one of us in the building, baby. Yeah. But yeah, y'all, to the next time, man. The CGG in the building. You bring them, we raise them. Shout out to the 4 Horsemen. Shout out to the entire gang, all our brothers, all our sisters. You know what I mean? This is what we do, though. Easy work. Everybody got some understanding. I gotta get up out there and get to where I'm getting to really quick. I definitely want to come on today and chop it up the big and pray for the strength to endure a whole life. I'm praying for an easy life now. Pray for the strength to endure a hard. Big. You already know. Much love, y'all. Much light. You know, it wouldn't be about the weekend. I ain't gonna lie to you. Watching some of the House of Consciousness and all that, man, they just get it dry. I think my brother Cosmogony got a debate coming up though with that boy from Ghana, whatever. And these it be the same debates with these cats. Which book is better for our people? Like y'all still agreeing to that? We keep dusting you boys. We getting dusted. You know what I mean? I'm glad everybody got some understanding, man. To the next time. Yeah, I hold it down. You know what I mean? Just stay down, man. Keep riding with the Almighty. Shout out to the haters, job jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too, man. Credit gang or don't bang. You bring them, we raise them. To the end, my friends. Much love.